All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 10:01. Dr. Leslie, if you can kick us off with a roll call, please.
Sure. Anita Locklear,
Present.
Calvin Locklear, Will Paul, Stephen Bell,
Present.
Tamara Carter,
Present.
Stacy Lynch,
Present.
Angelique Jacobs,
Present.
Kristen Oxendine,
Present.
Jeremiah Moore,
Present.
Candace Revels,
Present.
Dorothy Yates,
Dorothy Yates, present.
Edward Goodwin, Jared Lowry, LaRonda Lowry, Tiffany Locklear, Dr. Olivia Oxendine. Chair, we have quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. First, I want to welcome everyone. Happy Native American Heritage Month. It is good to be with you all in person or virtually. I hope everyone is having a great start to your month. We're going to start off with an approval of the agenda. If everyone can review the agenda, and if we have an approval, if I can get a motion to approve that.
Angelique Jacobs offers such a motion to approve the agenda.
Do we have a second?
Stacy Lynch, second.
All in favor? Please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
All right. So moved. The approval of today's agenda is approved. Can we also get a motion to approve the October 2025 minutes also attached?
Stacy Lynch would like to approve the October minutes attached as so.
Anita Locklear, I second that.
All in favor of approving October 2025 minutes, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thank you. We have approved the October 2025 minutes. Next, I want to, before we start with Dr. Coltrane, want to give us a moment in alignment with our state superintendent's strategic direction of celebrating the good and the excellence in our schools. I want to give us an opportunity just to give any shout outs to any Native students, any Native staff or teachers, any programs that we're seeing where we're celebrating Native excellence in our schools. I want to start off by just shouting out any of our Native students who are voluntarily or involuntarily kind of being put on the spot to talk about Native American heritage during Native American Heritage Month. I know as we can all relate to getting singled out or getting called upon to educate our schools or our classmates on what Native heritage and culture is. So I just want to shout out all of those students who are doing that throughout this month. So anybody else, feel free to come off mute and celebrate. What excellence are you seeing?
Hi, this is Candace Revels with Cumberland County Schools. I just want to shout out, yesterday we had our powwow for all of our fourth grade students, and it was a great event. It was a huge success. Everyone really just enjoyed it. The Lumbee tribe came out, and then we had two other drum groups, and we had several of our own students to participate in the powwow. And we also had a student at Jack Britt. She's a senior, so as part of one of her senior projects, she did an American Indian Heritage Month showcase herself, and she also led a Native discussion panel with myself and about four other Native students. So I thought that was a really great idea, and it was a huge success as well.
Thank you, Candace.
Hi, this is Anita Locklear, and I wanted to celebrate our Johnson County Indian Education Program. This is the first year that we will have a table at the Heritage Celebration on November 22nd. We're excited that that's actually going to be located at the Art Museum. And also, our students had a cultural event where they got an opportunity to create tobacco pear bundles, and they'll be passing those out to the participants. And so we're super excited about that.
Angelique Young, want to shout out Clinton City Schools. We finally have an Indian education coordinator hired. So we are excited about that. Miss Danya Edwards, she has hit the ground running and already putting events on the calendar and all sorts of things. She's also gone ahead and put on the calendar with our tribal office for tribal consultation. So she has just really hit the ground running. We're excited to have her and just wanted to throw that out there.
That's great. Congratulations.
Good morning, Tamara Carter. I wanted to shout out Columbus County Schools and Indian Education. So back in October, the weekend of our Waccamaw Siouan Powwow, that Friday, the 17th, we had over 1,000 students in attendance at our school day event.
Wow, that's awesome. Congratulations.
This is Dorothy Yates, reporting for the Person County Title VI education program. They will be offering a program at our tribal center during the month of November, and they're bringing in some of our American Indian artists to perform, and also have a tasting of some native foods, and just a time of fellowship there at the tribal center. They've invited all of our Saponi community and the local community to attend. So I'm very proud of them in offering this event during American Indian Heritage Month.
Thank you, Miss Dorothy. Good.
Good morning, everybody. This is Jeremiah Moore from Scotland County Schools. Shout out to Dr. Leslie for facilitating an excellent Sandhills collaborative meeting and allowing for Scotland County Schools to host that. It was very eye-opening and very refreshing to have a group of professionals together, reinforcing the urgency to improve the outcomes for all Native American students within our state. So just shout out to her and shout out to Scotland County for being amazing hosts.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dr. Leslie.
It's Kristen Oxendine, also from Scotland County Schools. I also want to shout out one of our Indian Ed TAs who received a Bright Ideas grant. She's going to have VR for students to do virtual field trips.
That's awesome. Anybody else want to give any shout outs, celebrate any excellence you're seeing? I think it's important just to make sure that, as I shared, aligning with our state superintendent's strategic direction, wanting to make sure that as we're celebrating the excellence that we see in public schools, that we're making sure that we're focusing on our Native students and our Native community is really important to me. And it's also just a nice way to kick off each meeting, just to hear about some of the updates, just in a really positive vibe. So thank y'all for sharing this morning. I'm excited to continue to see these great works that are happening throughout Native American Heritage Month and throughout the rest of this school year. Dr. Leslie, do we have our next speaker?
Let me confirm it. Miss Coltrane, are you on the line with us? She's not joined yet. Chair, Dr. Oxendine, would you mind going in her absence? Thank you.
Okay. So I'll turn the mic over to Dr. Olivia Oxendine, who is going to give us updates from the State Board of Education. Dr. Oxendine, thanks for being here this morning.
Chair Bell, Always a pleasure to, I better turn on my mic. One will hear. Always a pleasure to attend the SACE meeting, and seems like the cadence of the meeting this meeting follows the State Board of Education meeting. So I get a chance to come to this room. This time it has been 3 or 4 days in a row, and I sit right over there by Tiffany Lockalier's area. So actually, I am not going to share the exciting news I heard this week at our State Board of Education planning session. We began a planning session on Tuesday and ended yesterday, and we do that twice a year in the fall, and then we will probably go to a university campus in the spring. But I heard some fantastic data on American Indian students. And I am not going to go any further with that information because Ms. Sneha Shah Coltrane is going to be presenting. She said she's the speaker that will be presenting shortly, and she will go into deep detail about the data. And I think you're going to be really excited. And I still have this question, and I'll probably pose it to her during or at the conclusion of her presentation. How in the world did this happen? And of course, that's a wonderful what in the world, because it's going to open our eyes in terms of what our advanced Native American students are capable of doing in the curriculum across North Carolina. So that's as much as I'm going to say. I don't want to steal her thunder. But I do want to take a few minutes and talk with you about this additional information that came forward this past week from our State Board of Education planning days. We had one afternoon, a Tuesday afternoon, in fact, that was devoted to the various advisory councils that serve under the umbrella of the State Board of Education. And I don't have a list. Maybe I can get that list to you at a later time. But the SACE, State Advisory Council on Indian Ed, is probably, it could be the oldest, the most, with the most longevity of the advisory councils. I would say there are probably maybe 4 or 5 councils, and we're one of them. So I sat at a table with other educators, agency personnel, as well as the state superintendent and the chairman of the State Board of Education. I was at that discussion table, and the topic happened to be the State Advisory Council on Indian Education. So I'm sure that was strategic. They placed me there for that reason. But I listened to comments. It was like open discussion about what you know about the State Advisory Council report, questions that you might have about the report. Who are the audiences of the report? With whom do we share, or do you share the data? And one of the things that came forward, I can't recall who made this statement, but it has stayed with me for the last several days. It is that the kind of report that would be most useful would be the kind that has action-oriented report that is tied to goals and objectives. And rather than coming to the state board once a year, and that usually takes place in March, there's an interest in maybe coming to the state board for maybe 15 or 20 minutes twice a year. And the purpose of that meeting with the state board is to do an update of the progress that SACE has made on whatever you decide would be goals and objectives for the year. The other piece of information that came out of that discussion group is the importance of linking the report, and I'm sure this is going to be applicable to the other councils as well, linking the report to Superintendent Green's strategic plan. You know, there are 8 pillars. And so a question that I raised was, well, does it mean, would you like to see out of the SACE report 8 pillars, or could we do 2 or 3 pillars? And no answer to that. So it's going to be left up to the SACE to decide. You may want to do 8, or you may want to do fewer than 8. It's just, it's just up to you. And I think that's important to the fullest extent that we can align this report to the strategic plan. It's going to ensure that there's continuity and synergy and alignment. And through all of those pieces, then we're more likely to see results. Whatever our goals happen to be, we'll probably see some results from that. And certainly the state plan, the 8 pillars, there would be a stronger likelihood of seeing results from positive results. The more we can align and the more we can bring synergy and the more we can incorporate and get on the same page in terms of our talking and our language as well. So what I want to do, I have a very brief PowerPoint that I want to share with you. Just kind of a reminder, the State Advisory Council on Indian Education is in general statute, and there is mention of the report in that statute. It's 115C to 210. So that's always important to know that you are, the council has the magnitude of importance that we are in state law. That's important. And then the next frame, if we can go to the next frame. So distribution groups. This was another discussion point that came out of our discussion on Tuesday of all the advisory councils. So one of the questions was, okay, so who are the audiences of the report? With whom do SACY members share the report? So we generated a lot of ideas. I want to share some with you. Primary audience. We know that the primary audience of the report is the North Carolina State Board of Education and the Department of Public Instruction. That's the primary, kind of the target group. But here are some other groups. K-12, teachers, principals, superintendents, charter schools, local school boards, all parent groups. In the area of local and county organizations, tribal councils, county government, such as county commissioners, libraries, museums, art councils. In higher education, chancellors, presidents. We have chancellors in our state system. We have presidents of community colleges. And I'm not sure with our independent colleges or private schools whether they use the title chancellor, maybe president. Department chairs at universities, public PIO officers, public information officers at our universities and community colleges, national organizations, National Indian Education Association, making sure that the officers or wherever the headquarters, and I'm not sure where NIEA is located, maybe in DC, making sure that the staff members have copies of the report or they can access report online. The Department of Education, Office of Indian Education in DC, making sure that that particular Office of Indian Education knows where to find the report and perhaps has hard copies as well. The North Carolina various departments, the Department of Cultural Resources, the North Carolina Museum of History, and the Indian Commission, of course. And what about events? Maybe having booths set up where you could hand out copies of the report. At tribal celebrations such as powwows, family reunions, I'd never thought of that, take 50 with you to your family reunion and hand out the hard copy. Church homecomings, interesting. The North Carolina Unity Conference, and that's always a major audience of the report for the report. As a matter of fact, for the last 30 years, we've always had a session. Parades, I'm thinking of the Lumbee Homecoming Parade that brings about 10,000 people. It's amazing. And also parent meetings. So these are some ideas, and I think we probably touch all of these audiences anyway. But the more we can brainstorm and think of other groups that really need to either have a hard copy of the report or some way to access the report would be great. And then the next frame. Who are your immediate networks? Because your immediate networks needs to know about the report, maybe a hard copy or where to find it online. Family members, your colleagues, your neighbors, church members. How about the barbershop? How about the hair salon? How about the nail salon? And your favorite restaurants? Leaving copies at maybe the manager owner at Fuller's Barbecue in Pembroke. So the next frame goes further into the kind of, I want you to think about it this way. We have a new director of Indian Education. We have a new chairperson. a new vice chair. We have a new superintendent, state superintendent. So why don't we use this opportunity of newness to redirect and rethink the formatting of the State Advisory Council report? It has been in the same format since the beginning of time, about 1988. I began working very closely with SACE because I worked here in the department for 5 years, and it has not changed one iota. I know since the 90s. And probably going back, I think maybe in the should have asked Betty Mangum to join us. She was the first director of Indian education. That report in the late 80s may have been 5 pages. And it was mainly pictures and members of the advisory council. And we didn't incorporate data until I would say in the early 90s. So that's when we began. And it was Betty and Olivia. We were sitting somewhere in this building and we had no technology and no fancy ways to make table and charts. It was our pencil and sheets of paper and making sure it was, handing everything off to secretaries to design pretty tables. So think about now, we've turned a major new chapter in SACE. And I think the time is right to change the formatting and the direction and even the content, some of the content of the report. So let me give you some important guidance. Consider what your audience and readers want to know about the education of American Indian students. Use student data to tell your story. So think about it. Let's say you have a particular theme for your next report. What kind of data would you need to build on that theme, to tell a story about the success, the achievements of American Indian students? Action reports are preferred, and that became very clear where I sat on Tuesday. Action-oriented rather than at the end, in March, coming to the State Board of Education and going over recommendations. There were several points made about the recommendations. Recommendations are important, but a couple of people said, we don't know what happens to those recommendations. Does SACE follow up? Does SACE, gather data around the recommendations? So you might want to think about, do we really need to continue with a long list of recommendations? And if you do, then I think the recommendations should really be tied to your goals and objectives. So action reports are preferred. Select a few pillars from the superintendent's strategic plan and customize for the SACE report. Example, I'm giving you an idea. Okay, pillar 1. What is pillar 1?
Student attendance.
Oh yeah, student. Yeah, right. Well,
Preparing students for their next phase in life.
Thank you. Would you say that again? I missed it.
I'm sorry. This is Kristen Oxendine.
Hi.
Pillar 1 is preparing students for their next phase in life.
All right, very good. So my pillar 1 is a little bit offbeat, but let's just stay with the pillar that one that I have. And you could make the correction or I'll make the correction. I want to just use this as an example for you. Pillar 1, suppose the pillar relates to student attendance and it doesn't, but I would think that maybe the other 7 do. Somewhere in the other 7, you'll find some reference, either a direct reference or you will say, well, this does kind of get it. Student attendance, if student attendance is important. Let's say, I know for the last few years, we've heard about chronic absenteeism among not just American Indian students, but all colors of students. That may be getting better, that might be improving, I don't know. But let's suppose that, we want to have a goal around student attendance. Compose your goal, including a potential end date. Follow with a few action objectives. Study the following example. Let's say one of your goals is by the end of June 2027, American Indian students in grade 6-8 will have exceeded their school district's attendance rate, grade 6-8, by 10 percentage points. That's very concrete, very clear, very easy to monitor. And then the action objectives, you could have 3 objectives. It just depends on your your thinking power and how creative you are around the objectives. You may have 8 objectives, you may have 10 objectives, you may have 5. So these are just 3 examples. Analyze the most, I have too many most current attendance year-end data for 3 districts in a selected region. So let's say Leslie goes around DPI to the right offices and she asks questions about, we have American Indian students in the Sandhills area on the western part of the state. How can you gather some attendance data on American Indian students in 4 or 5 of the school districts in the Sandhills? Because most of the Indian students in North Carolina happen to be in my region of the state board. So it might be looking at the data for Robeson, Hope, Cumberland, Columbus County, Whiteville City, Bladen. Bladen doesn't have a Title VI project, but still they have a few American Indian students there. And then you might want to have maybe 2 comparison groups. Let's say there is a real problem with grade 6-8 in terms of attendance in the Sandhills. So that you're looking at data beyond the Sandhills, you might want to look at attendance data for American Indian students on the western side of the state or in the southeastern. So the next objective would be for grade 6-8, compare these data with that of American Indian attendance data. Another objective is to determine a monitoring. Now, this is where the real hard work begins. And you're saying, well, how in the world you meet what, 3 or 4 times a year?
4 times.
4 times a year. So how are we going to do all this? This might be an opportunity. I think you have subcommittees. This may be where you want to get your subcommittees involved in how do we track the data? How do we compare? How do we know if we are seeing increases in the attendance of American Indian students wherever we decide to study Indian student and their attendance? And then monitor, track the objectives, not the goal. That's very important. If you want to see gains, whatever, it could be the school improvement plan, whatever is your strategic plan might be. If you really want to see gains, you don't track the goal, you track the objective. And that way you're in a better position to ensure that the goal is achieved. So anyway, this is just a suggestion in terms of the content of your report, but it will require that you roll up your sleeves. It really will require a little bit more work. I would think, maybe not, through your subcommittees of SACE. So let's see, I think I have one, and then questions. Do you have any questions? Comments?
I have a comment, Dr. Oxendine. I actually do think that would help us elevate and transition to an action-oriented impact. And then when we start thinking about how do we transition or utilize the data in the report to also influence school improvement through SIT teams, et cetera, that will be more so like mirroring the work or like already existing in that lane or in that framework. So I think that would be a great addition to the report and also for us to do in the subcommittee work so that it's more action oriented so schools can make it like highly applicable a lot quicker.
Right. And you may not need but 1, maybe 2 goals. I don't know that the report needs a lot of goals. You want to keep it so that you can manage it because you only meet 4 times a year. And, you don't want to have to do additional meetings because it's too inconvenient for you. But so I would probably restrict the number of goals, but you want the right goals and you want the right objectives so that you can, you're in a better position to see results. Any other questions? Stephen? You can, actually, I think I can hear you. You've got a nice, strong voice.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Oxendine, I said the word like that. It's needful and it would be impactful if, Leslie is one person, that she had a team that she could, coordinate with and could go and she could actually be boots on the ground working with districts and LEAs and tribal organizations to ensure that they're walking together, reviewing the data, because although the data itself, most of it is objective, it does have some subjectivity to it as well,
Right.
because I'm going to report what I'm reporting. However, you don't know what that looks like. Jeremiah's shaking his head, yes, 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 because he's a former principal. When we report things, sometimes I'm reporting on one student, but at the end of 10, it looks like 10 students, but at the end of the day, it could have been just one incident with the same student multiple times over and over again. So we want to make sure that what we're doing is we're getting the best bang for our buck, and that when we're working with Stephen in his district, that we can really tailor the needs to his community. And when we come back, they come back in the subcommittees, that they can make goals that are reasonable and are necessary to do the work in the land here.
Thank you very much. Those are really good comments and insights. One of the things I'm thinking about this, our Indian Education IEA collaborative in the Sandhills with UNC Pembroke. And by the way, I met the president of Robinson Community College recently, and she is so interested in the work of SACE and wants to be plugged in. So I told her that can happen. We can plug you in. So that would be an additional really great resource to add to Stacy. But going back to the work of the IEA collaborative, see the goals that you decide on. And again, I don't know that I would go much beyond 3 goals because of managing it all, but those goals and the objectives could become part of the school improvement. We keep talking about that at our IEA meetings, our collaborative meetings. Do you have goals and objectives in your school improvement plan that address the needs of American Indian students? So, I mean, do you see how this marries? It just marries so nicely. So, and what's so important, I want this more than anything. The next time you come to the State Board of Education to present your data, I want you to say, look, we have seen a decrease by 25%. Increase in the number of students and Indian students that are showing up at school every day, because that is going to make a difference in the minds of the state board members. And I know it will with Superintendent Green, because he's all about numbers and he's all about, the trajectory line that goes this way, goes up and not down. So I think, and I know that you have the expertise and the smarts to pull this off. So it's a matter of getting busy and in your groups and making you'll have to reach some consensus on your goals.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Oxendine. It's great to hear this update, because a lot of what we talked about in our SACE report subcommittee this past week was exactly what you've shared. We are thinking about aligning to Mo Green's strategic direction, coming up with some action items with the report. And then I think even this afternoon, we'll take some time to think about some report recommendations, because I know for myself, when I go to our district board or for our public hearing, it's really helpful to have digital data that I can easily access. So how can we also evolve our report to make it more accessible at all times? So I was thinking about that as you were talking, but I do have a question in terms of thinking about goals. As we're a advisory committee, how would you advise us in coming up with goals that align with what power do we have, or what say-so do we have in sort of setting up goals, whether it be related to attendance, or I'm thinking about with Dr. Coltrane with AP enrollment, graduation rates, things like that.
See, here's what you would have to do. Let's stay with the goal around student attendance. Leslie and a few others, and I don't know who those few others would be, but Leslie, once you have things on paper, and you need to start with a draft, kind of a working document, and then you can polish it up once you have you collect the data and you're ready to prepare the report that comes to state board. But I can see Leslie on the ground. Let's say that you are going to you choose to study student attendance in Robeson County, Cumberland County. Give me some other places where we have out west. Do we have a school systems with pockets of American Indian? Okay, so let's stay with those. So Leslie's going to have to go to those school districts and visit. And she's going to say, let me introduce myself to you and let me talk to you about State Advisory Council. State Advisory Council's been in place for many, many years. This year, we're taking a new approach to our annual report because we want it action driven. It's aligned with the state superintendent's 8 pillars. And so here is the way you can help us. That's the conversation she would have with the superintendents or the assistant superintendent or whoever oversees Indian education. And that way, let me tell you the magic in that. Having that visit and that conversation is going to ensure that that particular goal shows up in either the district improvement plan or 2 or 3 of the schools improved, wherever those Indian students are enrolled and they're not showing up. So that's the way it would have to roll out. I mean, once you decide as a council on your, the 3 or 4 goals, whatever, and it's up to you to lay out the objectives, the goals, and you have to get them worded out correctly. And then she hits the road and she goes, and that's the reason you want to keep it manageable because she can't be on the road, covering 50% of the LEAs. Of course, we don't have that many Indians in the school districts. But that's because that's a very good question, Stephen, because you can't make things happen in terms of ensuring that goal is achieved at the council level, meeting 4 times a year. So it's got to work its way into the district and into the superintendent's office and into the superintendent's head. And then you may have the heaviest pocket of Indian students could be in just a couple of schools rather than like Robeson County, the Indians are going to be across the county. Same way with Cumberland County's they're kind of pocketed, I think, in Cumberland County. Not sure. Scotland County, probably across the county, more or less. I'm not sure. You can answer that, Jeremiah. But anyway, that's where the action will take place in terms of ensuring that you achieve the goal. It's going to be work, but it's going to pay off and it's going to be energizing. Members of SACE, you're just going to be, when you begin to see or hear about that 6th grade, I'm just going to play off my example, that 6th grade Indian boys are now showing up at school 5 days, 20 days a month. That's 20-day calendar. That they got to show up in order to achieve, right? Mm-hmm. But to answer, I gave you a long-winded answer. I'm sorry.
It's multifaceted, so yeah, that's okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Oxendine?
I'm very excited for you. I want to hit the road too.
Well, if there's no other questions, thank you, Dr. Oxendine, for these updates. I'm excited that we're on the same page with a lot of these things that we've been discussing about. So thank you, Dr. Leslie, for your leadership there.
By the way, if you want to use the exact wording of those pillars, once you decide on how many, or you can reframe them to some degree, as long as they kind of stay within the theme or the theme scope of the pillar. You're good.
Hey, I wanted to make just one additional comment, just something for us to think about as a collective, is that we can't necessarily make the assumption that school districts or leaders necessarily know how to use the data or that they know how to make it applicable. So when we're pushing out these objectives and these goals, is there something that we could do as an advisory board to actually lead that charge and maybe model that process? This is how you implement this into a school improvement plan. This is what school improvement looks like, because really any school, as a school leader, I would say schools would be appreciative if you can help drill down subgroup data because that's part of the state's accountability model. So if we can do that work and take a lot of that legwork off of those teams already, then it's more practical, like right off the gate. Because now I'm just plugging in data. But like, could we say, hey, if you have questions about this process, or if you need someone to help you facilitate a school improvement meeting, would we, as members of the advisory board, be able to say, you can contact us? We can help facilitate that for you and lead that initiative?
Well, Stacy could consider having some virtual sessions and inviting, let's say that there is an attendance problem at blah, 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 junior high, we don't even use that term, middle school. And well, okay, let me pick on another one. Greene County. We don't have a Greene County. And Sampson County. So that particular school would be kind of the hub of where that particular goal and that objective is taking place. So along the way, you may want to have a virtual meeting, invite the chair of the school improvement team to that meeting, the principal of the school, and maybe members of the school improvement team, perhaps someone from the central office with Stacy. And herein is where the questions can be asked and answered. And then you want to make sure as Stacy that you can sense from that virtual meeting that something's happening at the school level with that goal. And that ties into the concept of monitoring and tracking. So I'm giving you kind of a rough idea of how the process can play out. But you're exactly right, Jeremiah. You just have, you're going to have, let me tell you, part of your job going forward immediately is selling the school districts on this. But listen, Mr. Mo Green is with you, definitely. So he will be with Stacy along the way, supporting you, guiding you, cheering you on, applauding what you're doing. But I'm thinking that virtual meeting piece might be the best way to begin answering those questions.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You can tell I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm about to jump out of my seat.
I appreciate your insight and your updates, Dr. Oxendine. We look forward to continuing to work with you to support our American Indian students and the rest of the school board.
I'm here.
The state board. We'll move on to Dr. Coltrane. Dr. Coltrane is here to give us an update on advanced placement for our students. Dr. Coltrane, thank you so much for joining us.
You are so welcome. And I will say I have not earned my doctorate, but I appreciate the respect.
Of course, just wanted to make sure.
No, you're
Yes,
very
she has.
if only. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Thank you for being patient. There we go. Can you see that, Leslie and everybody?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
No, we can't see your screen. 1 second. Let me.
I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on.
Good grief.
Let me do that differently then. Oh, let's see. There we go. I got it. I was just on a different sharing. Is that better?
It's coming up. Give it
Great.
1. It says starting.
Okay.
There it goes. We're good to go.
Great. Excellent. Thank you all so much for letting me come in this way. I know it is not the easiest for you, but I do appreciate it. It's been a busy week here at the department. So I am here today to talk with you. I've come before, and last year my colleague, Ms. Cross, came. I've been coming on and off to your board, for the last 15 years or so. And today I am so excited to report that for the first time ever that I can recall, in the last 15, 20 years I've been here, we are seeing an incredible momentum that I need your help to keep continuing. So we are going to review that data. I am happy to take questions throughout, Leslie, if that's super helpful, or whatever is helpful to you. So just let me know if I need to pause. So at first, what I know you've already heard from Dr. Oxendine, but AP coursework, advanced placement courses, are part of the idea of really giving our students advanced opportunities and making sure our students are prepared for the next phase of life by accessing college level courses in high school. It's also not only part of the strategic plan, it's also in legislation. We are so fortunate that our General Assembly has legislation that talks about broadening access and success, which is really important for so many of our Indigenous communities across the state and other marginalized groups. And the General Assembly not only gives us people to help us in the field on the ground, as Dr. Oxendine says, but also covers test fees, which are not cheap, right? And so cost money. And so the good news is that our students, all of our students, your students can get those tests for free. We talk about in advanced learning here at the department how everything has to kind of work together, right? For a child to reach an AP course, we're hoping we are seeing their potential and seeing them at potential instead of at risk as early as possible, so we can be continuing to work with them throughout their K-12 experience. So that way, when they are in high school, we're able to help them get even better prepared for their post-secondary choices. So the way that we work with our districts, and I think this is how SACE is something SACE can also do with districts and Leslie, is really thinking about when you want to make change, looking at it from mindsets, policies, and practices. Because you really need all three to synergize change with a sustained focus and vision. And so for AP, what we have been able to do is we have the policies, right? We have the policies, we have the state board policies, we have the AP policies. We now have practices better than ever before for teachers to have the resources, the high quality instructional materials they need to help their students be best prepared for these courses. It's incredible what College Board has given out. So we can have a teacher who's a veteran teacher all the way to a teacher who may be a beginning teacher, have really quality materials, lesson plans, resources, assessments, etc., all aligned to the test, which then can get them college credit. So we have those practices. We also have a team of people who can come in and work with districts, who have been working with districts, which is why I think we're starting to see some change as well. And then we have a lot of mindset work that we're doing at the department around equity and access. And how do we make sure that we are opening our eyes and really seeking for talent, and knowing that sometimes talent and potential takes longer to develop due to implications out in society. And so how do we really make sure we're not just making assumptions about students or communities? How are we really helping counselors, for example, not advise students out of taking an AP course, which Leslie and our team actually talked to a lot of the Title VI coordinators recently, and some of their students, and their students are saying that's sometimes what's happened. And so what we have to do is continue to work on those mindsets. So we are opening those doors. So that's kind of setting the stage of what we're doing. And now I want to share with you some quick North Carolina data, and then we're going to get into specific American Indian data as well. So if we look at North Carolina, we are seeing gains across the state. It's pretty spectacular. We're seeing, a 7.3 increase in students participating in the exams. We're outpacing the nation, which is really great, which really helps us think of all the potential we can reach. Our success for the courses, not only are kids taking them, they're succeeding more. 72% of them are earning college credit, an increase of 21%. And for the very first time ever since I have been here, so at least 18 years, we have growth in all of our racial and demographic subgroups. So yay! We're so excited. Give yourselves applause, because without your constant focus to help us remember our American Indian students, we can then help our districts. And we're so proud of our districts and our teachers that all of our subgroups have made progress. And we have to keep it going, because we don't want to slide. So if we look at this graph, what you'll see is since COVID, we are continuing to expand access to AP courses. And what's so wonderful is that we're also seeing a constant increase in success as well. A lot of times when you open the doors, you'll see a big dip in success. And what the great news is here in our state is, with our policies and practices in place and our mindset shift that we're really trying to make happen, we're increasing the doors and we're doing a better job preparing those kids. And that is the ideal situation, that we're able to do both at the same time. So now we're going to go into some smaller, more detailed data for you, just so you can get a better feel for what I'm speaking of. And again, please let me know, Jeremiah, Leslie, anybody, Dr. Oxendine, if people have questions. I'm happy to stop at any point in time. So here you'll see our exam takers over the last several years. After our initial drop after COVID, we are now on the upswing, which is phenomenal, a 7.3% increase of the students taking tests. So one student can take multiple tests, but this is the student number. So we are increasing there. And across all of the regions. So that is what's also great, is that it's not just one region helping move this number. All the regions are helping to move this number across the state. So then we look at the actual number of exams taken. So if we look at the number of exams taken, we are at a 9.8% growth over the last year, as an all-time high, and over 50,000 more, which is just exciting. That's since 2022. So we keep moving that needle upwards in a trajectory that is positive over time. Now, since our American Indian students, this is the first time we've made that jump, what we're going to have to do is really, really dig deep with our districts and our teachers and our communities and our families to help ensure that we keep moving that gain. But it is possible based on our data from last year. Again, across the state, we are seeing this growth, which again is really exciting, that it's not just in one pocket. And now for the success of our exam scores. We are seeing the students who take them, we have more tests that were at the exam scores of 3 or above. So on an AP exam, if you get 3, 4, or 5, those get you college credit, right? So it's saving. So in high school, if a student transfers an AP course and they go to a 4-year or even to a lot of community colleges, those will transfer into credit, which not only helps the diploma attainment, but it also helps the family financially, right? Because they're not having to pay for as many course credits and post-secondary. So this is really, really, really exciting. Again, across the whole state. So if we look at where Robeson is, et cetera, and Cumberland, almost a 20% increase there. That is significant. And across the entire state, we're seeing double digits.
Sneha,
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Shaw Coltrane, doctor, I'm going to go ahead and give you an honorary. If you knew how hard this lady works and gets us so excited at state board meetings. So you provided our tables last, I guess it was Tuesday. Was it Tuesday you did or Wednesday?
Wednesday. Mhm.
Yeah, you provided our table with breakout of American Indian students by region and by school district. Do you remember that handout?
Yeah, it wasn't by American Indian students. It was it
Oh.
was by the full population. So Leslie and I and Beth, after we talk here, are going to work on creating some different tables based on your districts that have the most American Indian students for you.
Well, that's important because we were just talking briefly before you came on, and I'm not going to take up your time. Let me finish my thought. About goal setting and objective setting tied to Superintendent Green's aligned with his strategic plan, and AP might be a really good goal.
Yes.
But here's where the Stacey would need, and Leslie can provide this. She would need those data tables.
Yep. And I actually have different data that I'm going to show you today, Dr. Oxendine, that you haven't seen, that is specific to American Indian and different subgroups. So, so I think we can definitely get more based on what the board would like. Be happy to do that. And so that's actually why I think a lot of this has happened is we saw such low numbers the last few years. I really had our team talk about this with districts. Our AP team brought it up. And so again, it's just 1 year of growth, and I'm going to get to that. But we are definitely willing to pull any other data after you see what I have today. Is that good, Dr. Oxendine?
Thank you.
Okay. So now, okay, everybody get ready. I'm not there to give you sparklers, and I apologize, but usually we have sparklers. So the next slide is going to show you our subgroup data. And the area on the right is your American Indian data. And then we're going to dig into that a little bit, okay? So last year, we had, I'm waiting for the slide to show up. Okay, we had 15.8 increase in the number of American Indian students participating in an AP exam. Yay! Congratulations. We're so excited. And then am I hearing some smiles? Am I hearing some excitement?
Lots of claps,
Okay,
lots of
great.
claps.
Our mics are off, but
Yay.
lots of claps over here.
Good, good,
We're
good.
actually speechless.
I know, right? I was too when I saw it. I was too. And then I'm going to round up to 50%. 49.7% increase in qualifying scores. Yes. I really wish I had come there. I'm sorry I didn't show up. I should have brought you sparklers. And let me put this in perspective. Nationally, there was a decrease of 8% in participation. So not only did we outpace the nation, but we outpaced the nation by like over 23 points.
Wow, that's terrific.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The good news is we saw that for the other areas, and we had the last 2 years seen it in the other areas. And our American Indian students was the last group that I was just like, Dr. Oxendine and I would just be like, oh, and I cried when I saw this because what this tells me is that people are seeing potential in a way that they haven't before over time, because that means these students were better prepared, right? So over time, they have been working with these students even more. And now they have said, hey, come take this come take this course. Come take this course, and look what the kids are able to do. Let's take some comments, positive comments, and then we're going to dig into data a little bit more. Positive or any comments?
I do have a question. So the 49.7 or the 15.8, either way, is that concentrated in maybe a region, or is it across the state?
No, it's all across the state. Now, of course, it would be concentrated where there were more American Indian students.
Right.
But that is a statewide number. That is a statewide number.
Impressive.
Other comments? Anybody out there? Jeremiah, anybody?
I'm just really excited. This is, we were just talking about this this is Stephen. We were just talking about this at our district level student advisory council meeting about how are we increasing our student enrollment in AP testing, just taking the test and participating. So it's really exciting to see that across the state we're seeing such a increase. So big shout out to you and your team. I'm curious, when it comes to specifically rural areas, are there any specific initiatives that you see that are working or that you're, trying to roll out?
Absolutely. But Stephen, if you can give me a few more minutes, and then we're going to get to the why and how we can expand. Is that okay?
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Anything else, or should I keep going?
I think you're good to keep going. Thank you.
So then this next piece is something, Dr. Oxendine and Leslie, y'all have not seen this before. I pulled this out last night for you. So if we look at this kind of breaks out the numbers a little bit. And what's amazing here is down here, what you'll see is the 326 students. And that is an increase, right? So that is the good news, is it's 326 now. And last year it was significantly less, okay? Then when you look at here of the exams taken, to Stephen, what you were just saying, same thing here, right? So those 300 students took took 491 exams. They took 491 exams. So each student's taking about 1 or 2 exams, okay? And of those, so that then brought up that 15.8. And then here, scores of 3 or more. So these teachers and these students did incredible. The kids who took those had 250 of those scored 3 or more, with an increase of 49.7%. So not only are we increasing access, the students in the courses are doing better than ever before. And that is significant news, that what we have to do is to continue that momentum, get out there, talk to your districts, talk to your communities, say, okay, are there any kids that we can add to a spring course for an AP that you see something in that would be interested in a course? What can we do? How can we keep this momentum going? Because it is pretty remarkable.
Miss Shaw Coltrane, if you would do this, go back to the scores and talk about what a 3 represents roughly. Is that,
absolutely.
That would be important.
Yeah, so a 3 represents, first of all, what a college will say can replace. They will take, like, for example, if you get a 3 on AP pre-calculus. That will give them credit of college credit for pre-calculus or English or biology or government and politics, etc. Typically, what people say, the College Board says, is a 3 is like a C, right? It is the average, and then a 4 is like a B, and a 5 is like an A. For me, I'm always about, okay, a 3 gets you the credit, right? A 3 gets you to the credit for the college. And that is where financially, it just makes such a huge difference, as well as a path for a student to get further in their studies.
That helps.
Any other questions right now, or we can go into?
This is Greg Richardson as Chair Stephen and Mrs. Coltrane. The data here under the no response, what does that represent? What does that mean?
Yeah, so that data, so the no response as well as the 2 or more races, we keep seeing as increasing across all data sets nationally. And so that is where students are choosing not to share their race or ethnicity with College Board, okay? Now, we could be looking at that a little differently if we have the data. This is from College Board's data because they have the capacity to do that, but that is something we can look at more ourselves to see if we can figure out the no response rate a little bit more, and that's something that's on our list to do. But the no response here is a student not identifying their race or ethnicity.
Thank you.
Sneha, I have a quick question, and just to verify, so in terms of the data that you're presenting, this is students that just took the exam, correct?
Yes, that took the exam in May.
Gotcha. And now, is there a way, and I'm sure we have this, is there a way for us to pull data of AP course enrollment versus students that did or did not take the exam? I know we had a question in the room with us regarding students that maybe did not take the exam and trying to drill down to why they did not take that exam.
Yeah, across the state, we actually only had about 5,000 to 7,000 course enrollments that didn't take an exam, which across the state's pretty good, but that is something we can look at. The challenge is that College Board doesn't track course enrollments. We track course enrollments and they track exams, so we would have to merge that data. But that is something we are hoping to look at.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sneha, I've got another question too with that last data set that you were showing. Is that, when I'm thinking about 2 or more races, how difficult would that be to disaggregate and get American Indian students who also?
You can't, because they don't say, because my child puts in 2 or more races because they are Asian Indian and Caucasian. You don't pick among 2 or more. And that's federally as well. So you don't pick all of them. Does that make sense? So you can't. It's just how a child, and that's an issue that we're seeing across the board as families become more, right, multicultural, et cetera. And so the 2 or more races keeps continuing on all of our data set to keep increasing.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. But I do think, data is data, right? Data is one snapshot. The goal is for Leslie to continue to build capacity in districts and you all to keep building capacity in districts, because a school district knows, right? If a teacher knows in their classroom, for the most part, it's very rare he or she doesn't know, but in the classroom, having a principal or a school improvement look at, okay, what students are not taking the exam, right? They have that data the best. Right? Okay, well, maybe we need to just say, because it's a free exam, everybody, needs to take the exam, or why are you not Why is this kid not? Are they being counseled not to? There is no harm in taking the exam. And in fact, College Board's research will say even just taking the exam in the course, even if you score a 1 or a 2, gives you better outcomes in college or in your post-secondary choosing. So, how can we help make sure that our kids see it as a non-threatening? Is it that at the school level they say, well, if you don't pass the exam, we're going to change your grade? I mean, I've heard that story sometimes, which I do not recommend, right? And so how can you make sure your practices and your mindsets can help our students make sure they take that?
Hi, I'm Anita Locklear, and I teach visual arts at Cleveland High School in Johnson County, and I teach AP Art.
Yeah,
and
great.
I've taught that class. I teach as well Art 1 through 4, Advanced Honors, and AP for the last 7 years, and I have some ideals as well as just because I'm behind the scenes and I'm actually teaching it. And we've met with our district level with College Board, and some of our concerns as AP teachers, what is a across the board concern is that kids are being told kind of to take more CCP classes than AP classes. And since I started teaching the past 7 years, all of us in Johnson County have seen a decrease in our AP numbers because kids are choosing to take more CCP classes. And what we are seeing is that our 10th graders will, if they qualify, take a AP, will take an AP class. But once those kids get old enough to drive, or 11th and 12th graders, it's a big deal for them, almost like a status to be able to leave school and only take a couple classes, and then the rest are CCP classes that they're taking online. One of the things that I do to try to combat that is having conversations with our guidance counselors to talk about the importance, and also remind kids that AP classes also serve as a college class, just like CCP classes, and essentially that's a free class as well. Another thing that I do to try to help change the mindset of the kids is I advertise. And so at our school, we have 3 art teachers. I'm the only one that teaches the advanced and AP classes. But what we'll do is I will have a couple of my AP kids to go to all the other art classes, show their artwork, talk about the process, talk about their art portfolio. And basically, we are advertising to take our AP classes. And one more thing and also explaining it to kids, and explaining one of the questions that I get from kids a lot is, if I fail the AP exam, will I fail your class? And that's a no, that it's 2 separate grades, and kids need to understand that as well, that they get a grade in high school for the AP class, but then they also get a separate grade that counts as their college grade. And then one more thing that I had jotted down, maybe an ideal is to also talk to, through our Title VI programs, to explain to parents what AP is, because some of our parents don't understand AP, and they don't understand the verbiage of what is AP and what is CCP, and just really having almost like a class with our parents who maybe are not tapped into what's going on in the high school. Also preparing them, I think, is all the way from middle school up, because some of our kids, like in our district, kids are already taking Math 1 in 8th grade. And so those are our more gifted kids, and we need to be capturing them all the way in middle school and talking to them about preparing for AP classes. as well. And another thing that I think you also could do to advocate for AP classes, and I'm not trying to go against CCP classes, but I'm, like I said, I'm behind the scenes and I see it. I see what happens. I talk to lots of high school kids and my own personal kids as well, is there's a disconnect a lot of times with taking online CCP class. They're missing that interaction with their peers, and they're also missing that interaction with the teacher. And you get that more intense and more hands-on personal touch with taking an AP class. And that's just because that's something we're talking about in our district, because we're seeing a decline in our AP numbers. And like at our school, because we're an urban-based school, we have quite a few AP choices. And then just one last thing. I have with my daughter, we're in Johnson County, but she has lots of friends in Robeson County and surrounding areas. And one of the things is I would love to see those more rural communities have more AP choice, because they don't have as many AP choice classes as we have in our urban settings. Thank you.
Absolutely. And all of your great ideas are ones that we actually have highlighted already for a lot of our districts and continue to highlight. And I'm going to show you kind of what we're doing next. But you're absolutely right. You know, what we try to do is not at the state level, because CCP is with me, and I think they both are great options. I do think, to your point, there are pros and cons, right, with each. And so how do you advise students to, how do we make sure families have that information of demystifying AP, helping people understand if it is an online course, you know, is this what you want versus this? Where do they want to go to school? What is their best outlook? The rigor, et cetera. So I do think counseling and advising is huge. So kudos to you on doing that. Luckily, across the state, we are seeing growth in both areas, but you're right. In certain districts, it's going the other way. And so we have to continue to help our families and our teachers understand how to best advise our kids. And you're a great example of what you're doing. And that's the success, right? So if I'm going to keep going, if that's okay right now, but how are we going to continue to make sure our practices, like you said, you know, I make sure they know about the exam, right? We do this, we talk about how a class is delivered, the meaningfulness, the interaction, the mindsets, right? Helping our families understand that, look, you can do this, right? Maybe it's a 9th and 10th, they take lots of APs, right? We have AP Pre-Calc now, we have AP Seminar, AP Hug, AP Visual Art, but that's usually a higher course, but you have lots of options in that 9th and 10th grade, so they can see the engagement and the level of challenge and the meaningfulness of these courses is so important with what we do. So where it was perfect timing, my friend from Johnston County, Ms. Locklear, because this is exactly what we're talking about, is how this is happening. How do we see this gain across the state? And I think things exactly like what you said, right? Is there a clear vision? Is there monitoring of what's happening? Are teachers using the resources? Are we making sure there are high expectations and having a positive mindset and advising, right? Are we ensuring that our students have good instructional strategies and good content that's coming at them, as well as are we making sure we have those high leverage things like you're saying? Are we really demystifying that? Are we making sure that course doesn't have requirements? Like, I don't like when somebody says, well, this kid didn't qualify for an AP course. Well, an AP course should be open enrollment like any other course, right? Now, of course, with appropriate advising, but we want them to do that. And looking at that vertical alignment, just like you said. So you are right on the right track. Now what we need to do is to copycat you all across the state and create little mini Miss Locklears everywhere. But that is exactly what's happening and how we're able to do this. Our team has already reached out to Leslie a while ago. They've already met with Title VI coordinators, right, Leslie, and talked to some students as well to really look at what can we do from a state level better inform and better work with the districts to help keep this momentum going.
And Sneha, I'm happy to share briefly, and I'm going to follow your model of policies, practices, and mindsets. And to give Stacey an overview, Miss Beth Cross was invited to the most recent North Carolina Native American Youth Organization to speak directly with the youth about their enrollment in AP classes. Miss Beth also joined us for our most recent collaborative conversations with Title VI directors and coordinators because I let her know I can get you right in front of the people you need to hear from. So I'm going to give you a brief synopsis of kind of what we've heard regarding policies. We need to consider what school policies are serving as barriers for our American Indian students. Are there qualifications in place that are prohibiting them from taking AP exam? What does the district promote regarding advanced placement? Are there policies around testing and testing sites that are issues? One issue that came up from our students is they do not like that testing is only once a year. I know that may be I think that might be a College Board thing, not a district thing, but again, something that they brought up regarding practices, thinking about the availability, accessibility. Are they interested in the AP classes that are being offered? Are there interesting ones being offered? Do they know about access via NCVPS, which they did not? Only 2 or 3 of my students knew that they could take these classes through NCVPS. Also think about tracking early. How is this promoted and shared for them? A lot of them shared, well, we're not encouraged to take it until 11th or 12th grade. And then they also shared there's only 1 or 2 at my school. So once I've taken those 1 or 2, then I don't have anything else. And they also shared a lot about the testing sites. Some of our districts thinking about, is it quiet? How is it accessed? Where is it at? When are they testing? So thinking about that testing situation. And then lastly, on mindsets, this one was a big one for our students. What is the value of it? How does the credit transfer? They were very confused about how does the credit transfer? What does this look like when I get to college? I've heard different things from counseling. And then again, what we've already said, my family doesn't know. We don't understand. We only know CCP. We understand the value of that because it's a direct transfer. So they do not understand that. And then also, I want to go back to what Mr. Gregg said regarding how students list their data, encouraging our students when they do take these exams to list their race and ethnicity. I don't know about you all, way back when I was advised not to list it. I don't know where that information came from or why I was told that, but are we counseling and informing our students about how this benefits us in getting that information? So that's a little bit from the policies, practices, and mindsets that our students in Title VI coordinators and directors shared regarding AP exam, and I think gives us a great direction for Stacey about actions that we need to take strongly around mindsets, but then also thinking about what policies and practices are in place in our Title VI districts that may be barriers for our American Indian students.
And the positive news is that clearly we're doing something in pockets around North Carolina. So now Leslie and Beth are going to be working together to find out where this growth that we saw, right? The growth of the 15.8 and the 15.8, where's that happening? That is what Beth wants to look at with Leslie, and then to go talk to them and say, what did you do to get this, right? So then we can continue that across the state, wherever we have these communities in particular. So not only hearing from those students and making sure we try to mitigate those from whatever we can do at the state level, but also share their concerns locally, because a lot of that is a local thing. How can we help them? But what can we do to help our locals? but then also learning from the systems where they are seeing some promise and sharing that out as well. So we will continue to love ideas that we can get from you. I don't know. I know we're a little off on time. I'm happy to have the conversation now or open for later, but we want to hear myself, Beth, Leslie, all of us. How can we continue this growth? Are there community events that we can come do? We can get people to come do what is an AP course, right? We can come do both, an AP and a CCP course, and talk about both. It's just so important. And then even the other piece that helps our marginalized groups, in particular our American Indian students, is the other legislation that talks about automatic placement in math. So if there's a student who has not been in gifted official programming, or any student who scores a 5 on any EOG in math, they must be placed in the same environment as AIG math students, unless a parent asks them not to. And so what we're seeing is that is catching a lot of kids too, that we may have missed earlier schools, that if they all of a sudden show us this, we're able then to get them on that pathway of acceleration as well. So lots of places for improvement, but I'm so pleased that we see some good stuff happening, that we can ride and learn from and continue to grow.
Ms. Coltrane, this is Jeremiah. I had a quick question. I want to make sure when I distribute this information to my community that I have it accurate as well, because my understanding of like CCP versus AP has been, with a CCP course, you have to pass the course in order to get the college credit. And then with AP, it's like a combination of the coursework itself and then the exam score. Like you have to have a certain score. So from a functional standpoint, is it advantageous to choose one over the other, or really like once one is completed, you're obtaining the same result? Because like when the parents are asking questions about like those pathways and what is best for me and my child, how would we advise that if like the functionality is the same at the end or the end result? Is it just preference and pathway?
I think that's exactly it, right? I think one is looking at, do they have an idea of their goal post-secondary, right? If their goal post-secondary is to go to a 4-year college, right? It may be advantageous to take a little bit of both, right? Or to take AP to show them what they could do and to get that credit that can move. If some people will say, well, they want to go, be a medic. Well, if that's going to be the community college route, then maybe starting in the CCP, right? But CCP doesn't start till 11th and 12th. So maybe in 9th and 10th, they should take some AP courses as well. So I think it really depends on post-secondary planning. I also think, like our art teacher shared, that it also depends on how the community college offers those courses to that school. Some community college courses only offer online courses. And for some students that may work, for some students that may not work, right? And so I think it's a combination of pathways. Does this make sense for you? Preference and learning. And then I will also say it depends on the actual course, right? There are some courses like AP Visual Art. That course is a rigorous and incredible course, very interdisciplinary. If you took Intro to Art at the community college and you've already taken art courses at school, at high school, that's not going to really grow you very much, right? And so I think that's the other piece as well.
Thank you.
There's no easy answer. The key is from a state level, right? We want American Indian students to be in as many advanced learning opportunities, CCP or AP. The good news is for both of them, we are for the first time seeing growth in AP. And CCP, last year we saw growth for AI students, for American Indian students. And now the good news is we're also seeing it in AP.
Sneha, I am sitting here so excited because we had, before your presentation, we had a long discussion on the next State Advisory Council report to the State Board of Education and the need to align with the superintendent's pillars as well as looking at specific goals and objectives. And that I can just see this dovetailing so nicely with the gains that you have reported to us and all kind of ideas for, objective building, action objective building.
And we are happy to work with Leslie to support Stacey on that. We have lots of different things about advanced learning, which I think is very important starting in kindergarten. Years ago, I actually did and I don't even know where I could find that now, but Stacey, I hired somebody, we contracted with somebody through Stacey to do, to do a literature review on gifted education in American Indian. This was 15, 18 years ago.
So that we can get participation rate up to 20%.
Yeah. And so, whatever we can do, we're happy to support. This is something, as always, working with marginalized communities and tapping potential of each and every kid is what has driven my work my whole career. And so seeing this just gives me even more hope right now. And I look forward to continuing this pathway. So positive news for the first time in a long time in this area.
Thank you so much, Sneha. This is, as you said, great news for us. So we'll continue to celebrate this excellence and continue to partner with you all and your team. It's great to hear that you have a great relationship with Dr. Leslie, and that we'll continue to, hear great updates and partner with you to try to think about how we can establish excellent policies and practices and mindsets in our local school districts, specifically for our American Indian students. So thank you so much.
You're so welcome. It's been a pleasure and an honor. Thank you so much.
All right. You have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Next up, we have got Mr. Greg Richardson, who is here to give us some updates from the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs. Mr. Greg, thank you so much for joining us.
Mr. Greg, can you hear us?
Okay, good morning. How's everybody?
Hey,
Hello.
Good morning. Good. How are you?
Thanks. Chair Stephen and Dr. Leslie Locklear, Dr. Olivia Oxendine, and everybody, and all of the SACE members, and wanted to more or less just start out with a real hearted thank you for all that you do to stay on top of our Indian education issues here in North Carolina. I was just so impressed with the information that Shay Coltrane just presented. I mean, that is just really dynamic to see the increases that we have in AP from up to 15.8% and 49.7% participation. Wow, is all I can say. I did, of course, previously, brought forth a question about that one set of data, and it was kind of like the other category, which was up to 63%. And that kind of concerns me because I fear that a lot of our Indian students could be misclassified by their racial category and placed in that category. Or it could be a combination of maybe some Indian students using several different classifications of American Indian nomenclature, such as Indigenous, Native American, using their tribal name, and all these things. These are the kind of things that happen that kind of gets our data kind of out of whack. So I'd encourage Stacy to maybe take a look at that, and maybe we could get Dr. Coltrane to maybe provide some additional information. One of the things that came to mind is when I saw that data, how would the data look if we looked at just Robeson County in that particular category? Or if we just looked at my tribal community, Hallowasaponi and Halifax and Warren County, then what would that data look like? And then finally, on the data piece, I'm really kind of curious in terms of how that data is used within the parameters of education. Now, that plays out kind of like the census. In 2010 and 2020, we had these various breakout areas on the census where people could identify their race, by tribe, by even down to the tribal category or tribal name throughout the nation. And then we have that category of American Indian in combination with other populations. And I was serving on that national committee, U.S. Census Advisory Committee, for 2010. And I often ask this question about that data set. How is it used? And what is the purpose of it? And I really didn't get a clear understanding of those questions. My fear is that if those numbers keep increasing, is that going to be a factor that could create opposition to the funding of our Indian programs, because we're going to have so many people now over into that subset of data? So I think that should be addressed, because I can see how it could damage us in terms of allocation of funding, and then giving recognition to our students in this wonderful progress that we're seeing in these other areas. 63%, which is way above 50% mark. I don't know, it worries me. So, I'm not an educator and not a data statistician, but I can also see, based on our history in the United States, how such could be used against us. So, Chair, thank you for letting me have a little time to kind of reflect on that. So if it's okay, I'll take a few minutes now to give a few updates on what's going on in the Commission of Indian Affairs arena. And there'll be a combination of updates and a combination of things that are just happening. And I'm going to start with federal budget cuts and how that's impacting not only our Indian Commission, but it's also those cuts are really impacted Indian country in our state. Here in my office, we've had to furlough 16 people. That left 4 people available to run the operation, but shortly that was short-lived because we were able to identify additional funds to bring some of the staff back after October 1st and give them a few hours so that they could keep up their reports and keep the program clients and participants informed about what's going on, to pay our bills, and to just stay in touch with our classroom trainees, our housing folks, our landlords, to make sure that we didn't have a collection of issues that would arise because we were not paying our bills or responding to the needs of our clients, responding to the needs of our tribes, et cetera, et cetera. But having 16 staff furloughed, which was basically all of our staff that was paid out, that are paid rather, out of federal grants. And so as soon as that happened, we were getting letters saying that cease all expenditures, effective immediately. We had to start more or less setting wheels in motion to furlough the folks that I just mentioned. So it's been a challenging time for us during the month of October. Fortunately, after the 24th, our granting agencies were starting to ramp back up. And as you know, a lot of the federal employees at the federal level were furloughed. And then in some cases, they were basically off-boarded. So that means that there were people upline at the federal level who could not process our requisitions for drawdowns. So if we didn't have money in our accounts to pay employees to support the operation, we had to start furloughing, because if we would keep them on the payroll, then that salary and other expenses would have to come from other areas. And then the question is, where does that money come from? So anyway, we're getting through it. So we are now in the throes of Indian Heritage Month. And we had an exceptionally nice event at the Governor's Mansion on November the 4th, where tribal leaders had a roundtable discussion directly sitting with the Governor and First Lady. And I can tell you, we had a very good exchange between the tribal leaders and the Governor and the First Lady. That was for about 45 minutes on November the 4th. So I got the feeling that our Governor and First Lady, received the concerns of our folks well. And not only did they receive the concerns well, but they were actually engaged in those conversations to fully understand the concerns that our tribal leaders were bringing forth. So we're very pleased with that. So the Indian Heritage Month celebration is coming up on November the 22nd here in Raleigh at the Museum of Art on Blue Ridge Road. So put that on your calendar and please pass word along. The Indian Heritage Month proclamation was signed at the Governor's Mansion, and that particular item has been made available electronically. So if you have not received it, I sent it out to all of the folks on my network. But if you didn't receive the proclamation, let me know or let Leslie know, and we'll certainly get that out because the electronic form can be shared a lot quicker than the hard copy. We do have the hard copies, and they've been distributed to our tribes and organizations throughout our Indian Education Network. But I have to preface that with the fact that due to limited staffing during this month with the furloughs, the main drop for those posters was at each of the tribal offices. And so I know that a lot of people cherish those posters because they frame them and hang them in their offices. But just let me know if you didn't get one, and I'll try my best to get one, or you can stop by the office here. If you do come by our office in Raleigh, you will need to call in advance because due to security, you can't get into the building directly. We have to be here to go down and get you. And that's due to the security matters here. We have the NCAI convention coming up in Seattle, Washington this month. Starts the 16th. It's the November 16th through the 21st in Seattle, Washington. There's a really good delegation of tribal leaders heading out to that convention to have some discussions about the budget cuts, the changes in programs, and those kind of things, so that we can be aware of what's coming down and the impact of budget cuts and what have you. Last week, Curry Bird, director of the Indian Heritage Commission, testified before Congress in support of Indian education. Several others from North Carolina also testified up there. And I thought that I should give honor and praise for that, because we have to speak out in terms of the impact on Indian country as far as education, Indian education, and all of our programs. But, the real concern now is that we've heard that the majority of the Indian Ed staff in DC have not only been furloughed, but they've been off-boarded. So that, is a real concern. So we have some work to do, folks. We have a lot of work to do. We have our commission meeting coming up December the 5th, and it will be held at Campbell University starting at 10 a.m. And at that meeting, our 2026 legislative agenda will be finalized. So if the SACE and others have items that you would like for the commission to consider, please channel those items or those recommendations to your representative from your tribal organization on the commission, so that they can get those recommendations on the list to be presented in the next or the 2026 legislative session. That process has worked well for us throughout the past 3 decades or so or more. We don't always get everything that we get. In some cases, we don't get anything. But, you know, if we don't ask for things, then we don't get anything. So I would encourage you all to chime in on that. The next item is the North Carolina Indian Unity Conference. That will be held March the 4th through the 7th, 2026 at the North Raleigh Hilton in Raleigh, North Carolina. As you know, United Tribes of North Carolina is the lead organization in terms of the planning and the Indian Unity Conference functions. We're at the point now where workshop proposals are being received, nominations for community awards, nominations for veteran awards, and I would encourage you all to pass that information along to others in your network. In addition to that, I'd highly recommend that SACE consider submitting a workshop proposal. Workshop proposals are due December the 5th, and you can go online to the UnitedTribesNorthCarolina.org. That's UnitedTribesNorthCarolina.org to either register for the conference, to submit a workshop proposal, or submit recommendations for community awards and veteran awards. So please pass along that information so that we can ensure that we have good, not only just good participation in the conference, but also good workshops, workshop proposals to consider as we move forward with the 2026 Indian Unity Conference. So I think those are pretty much the highlights that I had, Chairman Bell and Dr. Leslie Locklear. I'll just pause right now to see if anyone has any questions.
Mr. Gregg, this is Leslie. I have a quick question. Has the board, the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs, considered making a statement regarding the situation with the National Indian Education Association? I sent over information that NIA shared with Mr. Greg Bryant, and I'm not sure if that was on the agenda for the December meeting or who we would need to speak to get that on the agenda.
I don't recall seeing it, but I might have missed it with so many things going on with this furlough stuff going on. But if you would forward that to me again, because I have a meeting with the chairman in the next week to start setting the agenda for the Indian Unity or the commission meeting on the 5th. So that should not be a problem.
Okay.
We have an education committee, and Miss Dorothy Yates, who is with us today, is on that committee. And they've already met. They've already had their committee meeting for this quarter, but that's not to say that we can't get a recommendation pulled together for that meeting. I think that would be very, very appropriate.
Thank you. I'll make sure you get that
over again. Yes. Thank you. Any other thoughts?
Yes, Mr. Richardson, it's always nice to hear your voice and get an update from the commission. My question has to do with, you mentioned something about the loss of federal grants early in your presentation. What departments, federal departments, the source of those grants came from which of the departments or agencies?
There's just a myriad of federal grants. The commission, for the most part, operates on federal grants, and so they've been paused. They've not been terminated, so we're still in play. We still have the grants. What has been paused is basically the funding cycles. So, for example, our workforce development program is funded by the U.S. Department of Labor. So we get a grant, and the grant might be, for example, a 3-year cycle. So we'll spend down for a month, and then we have to draw the money down. So right now, effective October the 1st, we had not received our drawdowns for August or September. So we didn't have funds in-house or in the account to cover salaries. And so we had no choice but to furlough those staff. But we brought all of them back. Right now, everybody, all of our staff and those grant programs are back on board, except for 4 people. And that's the last one that we have in play right now, that we have a standing stop order on. So we're working with our program officers up the line at HUD, the U.S. Department of Labor, and then we have pass-through grants that are funded by Health and Human Services here in the state, and then also with the Governor's Crime Commission with our domestic violence and sexual assault program. Those programs are pass through, meaning that they're federally funded, but they flow through other state agencies, and we're basically administering a program under that flow through system, which adds additional complications because those agencies have to draw their money down from the feds, and then we have to wait for them to, process our requisitions for funds. So there's that delay factor that causes some delay in payments. So the bottom line is, if we have not received, drawdowns, we have no funds to cover the staff. The state requires us to furlough those staff members until such funds are available. So again, the grants have not been terminated. So I don't want to have anybody have that impression. Grants are still in place, and we're still working through the weeds of drawing the funds down and negotiating with the federal agencies and the program office. The problem is that so many of our federal agencies employees have been furloughed that often there's no one on the other end to process our requisitions, or that the processing is slow because others that are not furloughed are having to cover the waterfront and process the requisitions. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it absolutely does. And the uncertainty's got to be mind-boggling.
Oh, gosh.
But thank you so much for that explanation.
Thank you. It's been one of the most difficult times of my career, I can tell you.
Yeah, we can't imagine. I appreciate these updates, Mr. Gregg. And Curry Bird is actually in the audience, so I appreciate the work that you both are doing to advocate for our students and youth especially, but for our whole Native community and just North Carolina community as well, because we know that this impacts our American Indian families, but it impacts non-American Indian families as well. So thank you so much for this update and for your partnership as well.
Thank you.
Chairman Bell, may I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to add to Mr. Richardson's presentation on the materials that the American Indian Heritage Commission has for American Indian Heritage Month. On their website, they have an excellent toolbox that can be used by our teachers in the classrooms. So I would suggest that in each of our educational districts that we let them know about this tool. And also on the Friday, November the 21st, will be the Education Day for American Indian Heritage Month that will be presented virtually. And there's information on that same website on how a teacher can go in and sign up her classroom for all of the sessions or any that she or he may want for her classroom to sign up for that virtual day. And we usually have excellent participation across the state for these virtual workshops. So if we would please let our classroom teachers know in each of our districts for that. It also has information on the Saturday activities at the Museum of Art. So I highly recommend that each one of us let our educational districts know about this tool that we have with the American Indian Heritage Commission. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Dorothy. Any other comments or questions?
Well, thank you, Chairman Bell, and you all keep up the good work. This is just such good information that's flowing today. I'm just so excited about it. So that makes all the work in the past couple of weeks, maneuvering these furloughs and everything, it makes all that kind of go away for a moment or two. And thank you very much.
Of course. Glad we could provide some highlights for you for today. Thank you for being here. See, next up, we've got Amanda Hobbs from the NCDPI Office of Accountability and Testing to give some state level student performance data updates. So Amanda, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Well, good morning. It's my pleasure to join your quarterly meeting again this month and hear the rich discussion that you're having about data review and goal setting. I'm excited and encouraged by your conversations. So today, Dr. Leslie asked me to share an overview of the testing and accountability results from 24-25. And we hope the information that we've put together for you in this presentation will be helpful. Do allow me to thank our colleague, Andy Baxter, who specializes in visual analytics at NCDPI, for preparing the Tableau charts for our discussion today. So there are a couple of things to note for this year. The science tests were, excuse me. There we are. The science tests were newly implemented to align with the content standards that were adopted by the State Board in July of 2023. So the new assessment does have differences, particularly with the expectations for students. So you'll see as we move through the presentation that we're not going to compare to previous years when we're talking about science. We're just going to focus on this year as a benchmark of where to move forward. And the second change that I'd like to highlight is that this year, for the first time in many years, schools have always had the option of offering a summer program with summer EOG and EOC testing. And those programs occur outside the school year. However, for the first time last year, we had that retesting opportunity available for students who were not proficient within the school year. So you may see some changes in the data as a result of that opportunity. So in terms of this presentation, the first set of slides is going to illustrate the end of grade, end of course, and NC Extend 1 alternate assessment outcomes for reading, math, and science. We measure proficiency, as you know, in two different ways. The federal reporting uses college and career proficiency, which is the 4 and above. And our state school performance grades use levels 3 and above. So today, as we're going through the slides, we'll refer to 3 and above, our state level proficiency. Today's review is going to focus on the grade level proficiency 3 and above, as I mentioned. And the charts that you'll see today are going to show 2025 compared with 2023 and 2024, so a 3-year span. You'll notice some color shading. Blue is going to indicate that 2025 is the highest measure of the 3 years displayed. The gray will indicate that 2025 was not the highest of the 3 years. And when we get to science, you'll see purple, and that's going to indicate that the prior year comparisons are not available for those new assessments. Also, I'm not sure if you have a copy of these slides yet. I'm sure Dr. Leslie will be providing it to you, but in the upper right-hand corner of each of the chart slides, you'll see where it says table. And if you click on the table, you will go to the slides at the end of the presentation that include all of the numbers. So as we go through the slides, we won't carry all of the numbers to the decimal place because of the spacing on the slide, but the first decimal place is available in the tables for you. So our data review today examines the race and ethnicity subgroups as this committee promotes high expectations and accountability for the academic achievement of American Indian students. So looking at the data, we're going to begin with reading, which includes the EOG and the NC Extend 1 alternate assessments. So the denominator is all of the test scores, and the numerator is all of the proficient test scores with level 3 or higher. On the left, we see the average for all students. And next, we see the performance of American Indian students, then Asian, Black, Hispanic, multiracial, and white. You can see that the results for every race and ethnicity category last year were the highest of the 3 years referenced here for reading. The overall results for English 2 end of course test and alternate actually show a 1-point decline. And that drop in subgroups for 2025 is reflected in the overall drop in English 2. Next, we'll move to math, and the mathematics at all grade levels shows positive work for our American Indian students. Grades 3 through 8 math showed a 2-point gain last year overall statewide, and strong American Indian subgroup results mirror those overall results. Grade 8 math in that previous slide does include the results from both the grade 8 math EOG and the NC Math 1 EOC for students who took NC Math 1 in grade 8 or earlier. So this slide that we're looking at now is going to show the NC Math 1 high school results. So this will be for your students who took NC Math 1 or the alternate in their high school grades. As a state, NC Math 1 results did decline by 2 points, but you'll see that the American Indian is the only subgroup that increased proficiency for 2025, so that is definitely worth noting here. And continuing some good news with math, you'll see that NC Math 3 saw a significant increase going from 58 to 66 statewide. And we see that increase across the race and ethnicity subgroups. Again, reflected in that blue shading. Of these racial groups, American Indian students saw the greatest increase with 14%. So again, you see that mathematics at all grade levels is a real strength for our American Indian subgroup in 2024-25. I'll pause there and see, I know we're tight on time, if there are any questions so far, any comments about reading and math.
Hey, Ms. Hobbs, this is Jeremiah. I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so as I'm looking at the data, I've noticed for particularly this slide, Math 3, that's a substantial increase for 1 year. Because even when you look at performance data across the board and school improvement efforts, very, very rarely do you go beyond like a 5-point goal or exceed that in 1 year. Do we know what we could speak to that maybe contributed to that success or that improvement in that 1 year?
No, our analysis only focuses on the results, and we're not certain what the schools did differently this year that produced that outcome. But you're right, that's certainly something to note and to dig into as we look.
Ms. Hobbs, I will say, and to Jeremiah's point, I would love to look at, I don't know if we are able to pull the number of students tested in the previous year versus this year. I know for us, sometimes a significant difference can be made with just the number of students. Sometimes we have 10 students taking an exam versus 15, and that makes a huge difference. So I'm happy, Amanda, I'll jot that question down for us to, I think we already have that information, but I will make sure that we look at just the number of test takers, which often explains a lot of our differences because our end result is usually smaller.
That's an excellent point. And are you thinking specifically for the American Indian subgroup or for the state as a whole?
I'm thinking specifically for the American Indian subgroup.
Okay. Yes, that data should be easily accessible. And what I can do is drop that in the chat maybe later so that you can share that information with others in the meeting after lunch.
And Ms. Hobbs, this is Olivia Oxendine. Thank you so much for presenting today. This is a question that automatically comes to my head. The 62, that increase is phenomenal. So I would love to know, is there any way, do you have any kind of data sheets or a way to pull out refined data to help us know the districts that are just knocking the socks off mathematics?
Absolutely.
So Leslie's saying she hasn't, because we can learn from those districts.
Yes, I was going to say, Miss Amanda is leading point with us on the SACSI report this year, and she just shared that file folder with me. So I'm happy to dig in and figure out if it's one of our Title VI districts. I'm happy to dig in with that and look at who may be excelling in that area, and hopefully we can highlight them as a promising practice, or I'm happy to seek out additional information about what may be happening in that area, in that district.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your for your questions and contributions. So next we'll take a look at science. And as we mentioned before, the results of the new science assessments are going to give us a baseline of where we're starting as we move forward. We do a composite on grades 5 and 8 combined, again, with the denominator being all of those science tests, and then 5 and 8, and then the numerator being the proficient scores. So you'll see that the American Indian students appear fourth in the subgroup proficiency for the EOG science results. And we'll see sort of similar results for biology. We did the same thing for biology, so there's not a comparison, but we offer the results to establish a benchmark. So next we'll look at ACT. ACT is taken by all 11th graders in North Carolina. The ACT composite score is on a scale of 1 to 36. In North Carolina, the average composite score of all the test takers was 18.2 in 2023. Then we dipped to 18.1 in 2024, and then it came back up to 18.2 for 2025. So the subgroups here are covered over 2 different slides because of the amount of information that it took to produce this. But there are 3 subgroups that increased in the ACT composite score. And the American Indian subgroup will show the greatest gain with 0.4 of a point improvement last year. Here are the first 3 subgroups and then the second 3. So when we look at the ACT composite score, our North Carolina strategic plan that was recently adopted by our State Board of Education and presented by Superintendent Green across the state includes goals for our state education system to become the best in the nation by 2030. And those goals include a target ACT composite score of 20 in the next 5 years. The UNC Board of Governors establishes the minimum ACT composite score that's needed for admission to a UNC institution. And our state uses that minimum that they adopt for our accountability metric. So the UNC system is in a transition with ACT scores. The minimum for students entering the UNC system schools this fall was 19. However, the students that took the ACT this past year as juniors will be entering the UNC system schools in the fall of 2026, and they will be held to a 17 as a minimum in the admissions process. So we're showing 17 here, and we had 53.8% of the students that met a 17 or higher on that composite. It's purple because previously we've been reporting students with a 19 or higher. And although American Indian students showed an increase in the average composite score for last year, we see that 36% of American Indian students met that college-ready benchmark of 17 that's set by the UNC system.
So Amanda, tell me what areas are tested on, remind me of the areas tested on ACT.
Sure, so ACT is going to include an English assessment, a reading assessment, math, and science. There's a writing component, but we no longer give that in North Carolina as part of our state administration. So those are the 4 subtests, if you will, that were a part of this particular administration.
And is it computer or is it paper pencil? How is that done?
Sure. So schools across North Carolina have the option to administer either online or on paper. So that decision would be made at the school level, and in some scenarios at the school, they even choose a mix of them.
And the General Assembly still pays for that?
Yes, that's correct.
That is an investment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And we do give the pre-ACT to students in grade 10, and those assessments took place this fall. So those families will have the results back so that they can review that information and consider what's the best way to prepare their students for the ACT next school year. So the work keys is a component of the school performance grades, and that is students who earn a silver or higher certification that are considered proficient here. WorkKeys is administered to our high school students who have 2 or more career and technical education, or sometimes we call them CTE courses, in a specific pathway or concentration. You can see here that we're mostly showing gray for North Carolina. We do have one subgroup that is blue. The others are gray, meaning that 2025 was not the highest of the last 3 years. And to Dr. Oxendine's point, this is also offered free to those students. It is a workplace credential. So some of our industries across the state and around the world really accept this as an employment credential that's available to students to earn while they're in high school. The 4-year cohort graduation rate increased to 87.7 for the 24-25 school year, and that brings another cause for celebration. So this is the 3rd consecutive year of an increase, and it's also the highest cohort graduation rate on record for our state. The cohort graduation rate is one of the best in the nation goals as part of our strategic plan, and the goal by 2030 is 92%. So looking at our subgroups, we can see much blue and one column with gray. The American Indian category is the racial or ethnicity subgroup with the greatest gain.
I have a quick question. Do we continue to collect dropout data, right?
Yes, we do.
Oh, I'd love to see a comparison. Maybe you can get some data to Leslie. Because I want to see how the AI dropout rate compares to the graduation.
Yes. So, and the dropout rate is a little bit of a different calculation. We do that every fall, and it's based on the students who left in the prior year and then did not return. So we're currently doing that collection in North Carolina, as I'm sure you know. And so we will have that data for last year a little bit later this fall. So Dr. Leslie and I were talking earlier this week. We're chomping at the bit to get that information, but as soon as we have that, we can definitely pull that and share with you as well.
Thank you.
Sure. So the SAT is not part of the North Carolina accountability model, but it is publicly reported. These results, these are the results of the students who choose to register and take the SAT. It's not a statewide administration for us. With college admissions being test optional in recent years, we've seen a decrease in the students taking SAT. In 24-25, 18.9% of students in public schools in North Carolina, grades 12 or 13, took the SAT. For American Indian students, just 5.1% chose to take that assessment. However, this was an increase in participation over the 23-24 school year. And the average SAT score, even though there was an increase in students participating, the average score also increased. And you have already heard all of the celebrations that we have, or some of them anyway, for advanced placement tests. They are also not part of our current accountability model, but are publicly reported. They are part of our Best in the Nation strategic plan goal, and that is based on participation. So trying to get at least 30% of students in grades 10 through 12 to take one of the tests, AP tests, one or more. So the metric typically reviewed by this council is the percent of tests taken that are 3 or higher. And this is another area where the American Indian race and ethnicity subgroup shows the greatest gain of those reported in North Carolina. So we're excited, again, to celebrate these results. So that concludes the information that we had prepared for you in these charts. The supplementary data tables are below, so if you wanted to dig in further or do additional analysis, and again, those contain the decimal places, so a little bit more detail in that data. But I'll just pause for a moment and see if there are any other questions.
Hey, Mrs. Hobbs, this is Jeremiah again. Hey. So I don't necessarily have a question, but I do have a positive that I would like to share. since the science assessment in 5th and 8th grades has been like restructured, and there's more of a focus on the SEPs and like really benefiting our kinesthetic learners because you have to implement experimentation into the classroom. Many stakeholders that I have spoken with appreciate that, and it's also showing up in our data as well. And we've also noticed, like when we evaluate our subgroups across the board, particularly looking at American Indian achievement, that is increasing with this new model as well in terms of how those science teachers are expected to teach and facilitate the curriculum, but also how it's assessed. So since that shift has happened in that assessment measure, the data has improved as well. So I am very, very happy with that. And I've heard that from many stakeholders that work with American Indian students throughout our state. So that is definitely a positive.
Thank you for lifting that up. And really, that's really remarkable when you consider that the hands-on of the science is requiring more critical thinking. So it's less memorization and more, do you have the skills it takes to solve a problem, which of course is probably our number one job-ready skill as we exit students. So you're right. Thank you for lifting that up.
I do have a quick question. I believe this year, I don't know, maybe not the first year, but I know I read something in state board material about the students having the option to toggle on the readability feature in the test, in the
Yes, that's
science
correct.
test, and maybe another one.
Yes. And
So
science
have
format.
have you do you know they have any data on the percent of students who did that?
We do not. I can check with
I'd
our
love to know.
Dr. Kingamabella to see how many students participated in that. So the way it worked last year is that if the teacher or other educators were using that with students throughout the school year, then that was a feature
Right.
that was available to them on the assessment for both math and science for our EOGs and EOCs. And so we can
Don't you think an approach to this is Olivia's opinion only, and it probably is not accurate, but I just think sometimes the reading, I mean, the math becomes reading.
It does, and it's not just the decoding of the words, but also the comprehension of
The comprehension
terminology.
gets them. Seems
Mhm.
like if we could do something about the item, maybe the readability function wouldn't be as necessary. That's my wish.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Yeah, we definitely do. So Amanda, thank you for this update. This is definitely some great news to see. Just continuing off the, good news that we saw with AP scores, with Sneha Coltrane, and just seeing just incredible improvements almost on every single slide. So thank you for sharing this. We look forward to continuing to work with you as we put together the report, just to share the great things that our American Indian students are doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Chair, if you would not mind, we have we're a little over time. It's about 12:18. I'm going to ask for an amendment in the agenda if we can break for lunch from 12:30 to 1 just to get us out on time. But I do want to recognize Mr. Currybird is in the audience here with us, and I did not know if he wanted to address the group in any way or share any information with us regarding NIEA. We wanted to open the podium to Mr. Currybird and welcome him up. Sorry to put you on the spot, Curry. But didn't wanted to grab you before we broke for lunch in case you had to leave. So, Chair, if it is okay with you, we will turn it over to Mr. Currybird.
That's great. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I also appreciate the work that you do on behalf of the students here in North Carolina. It's a very important work. And I'm here as the president of the National Indian Education Association. I had the privilege of being elected at the convention in November 24 in Palm Springs. So I'm finishing up my first term. I have one more year to serve as president. And I continue to be an advocate for the American Indian students here in North Carolina specifically in my role, but most importantly, also for the students across the country and our Alaska Native American Indian and Native Hawaiian students. We are concerned at NIA about the impact of budget cuts currently being considered and the impact on Indian education. The Office of Indian Education will be losing 7 of their 9 employees. We're very concerned about that. That leaves 2 employees to operate the Office of Indian Education. We realize the Office of Indian Education is important to all Native students across the country, but I have particular concern because of the number of Title VI Indian education programs here in North Carolina that serve state-recognized Indian students. And so that's why it's especially important to me, but also to other Native students across the country. I know that will impact Title VI Indian education funds that are awarded to our students, the drawdowns for programs to be served financially, the impact on Native language and cultural programming that our students receive. So there's a direct impact on our students here in North Carolina, just like on all Native students across the country. We also received word that 14 of the 17 staff at the Office of Impact Aid are also being riffed. So that's a concern of ours as well. We would like as many of our tribal and urban Indian organizations to write letters to their representatives asking that these funds be restored, that these staff members be their termination notices be reversed, because because were initially on furlough. So that would change when the government reopens. And so hopefully they can reverse their termination notices and keep those employees funded and their employment reinstated. And so we realize there's a lot of concern about Office of Indian Education and the Department of Education and why it's so important to our communities across the country. And so those are our main concerns that we're currently discussing. The board is really concerned. We have representatives from Hawaii, Alaska, New York, the Midwest, and the Southwest on our board. And so our focus is nationally in regards to education itself. And so we are concerned about what's happening in DC. We realize that education is an obligation of the federal government that was negotiated or given. I won't say given necessarily. It's their obligation. It's a debt on an obligation that's already been negotiated. And so we realize we're not in the same category as others when you look at funding for education, because education was promised to our Native communities in the very early times as they were taking our land. So it was negotiated at that particular time. Education, healthcare, food security as it's in itself, as far as law enforcement, all those things were things that we were promised when those treaties were signed. And although we may not have had individual treaties for some of our tribal communities in North Carolina, there is funding for Indian education that does include us. And so that's why we're concerned that any change in the Office of Indian Education, whether it's to go to another agency or wherever, that the Office of Indian Education knows our tribal communities here in North Carolina. And so they can best serve who our students are and look for our good and welfare in the future as we move forward. So that's our concern. That's our message. We are staying abreast of what's happening in DC. NIA has a federal policy analyst as well as a state policy analyst. We do stay in contact with other national Indian organizations and Association of Higher Education Consortium, Indian Child Welfare, National Urban Indian Health Board, NCAI. So we're very much in contact with those organizations and are really making a concerted effort at the federal level that this is a national Indian education issue or national native issue for our people. And we want to make sure that we're united in our messaging and that we're not looking to exclude anybody, that we are putting a concerned and unified effort forward. And we're glad to see some of the people who were at our national convention here in your presence, and we appreciate their advocacy for the state when they do attend our national conferences. Yes, Dr. Olivia.
Yes, thank you so much for the update. I've often wondered, and maybe the answer is yes, do the recognized tribes, do they also receive Title VI funding in addition to any of their treaty rights to education?
I think it depends on where they're at. I think it's primarily the urban organizations because the federal tribes get like Impact Aid, Johnson O'Malley. So they get other sources of funding for their schools, and some schools are BIE schools, so they get funding through the BIA, or they're 638 contracting with their schools and some of their services. So they get money directly, and they're also impacted because I know from my tribe in South Dakota, they've had to make some concessions with their tribal budget to pick up some funding for their child welfare program and their law enforcement program, but they're also seeing that they're having to the impact of SNAP being impacted, LIHEAP being impacted. So they have other community concerns that they may not be able to serve themselves out of their tribal budget. So they're being squeezed as well. We did hear that one Head Start grantee, tribal grantee, has closed their Head Start already because their funds have run out. We know others are being squeezed, but it's a concern for everybody basically because it impacts us in different ways.
Did I hear you say though, let's say if the federal government, the continuing resolution is voted on by everybody or a majority, those positions may return in an Office of Indian Ed? They're on furlough.
They've been terminated. So they were on furlough. They have been terminated. They were furloughed, but they last Wednesday when I was testifying, they received termination notices. They were given a time period because they couldn't get access to their emails, and they were sent to their governmental email addresses. And so, but they did allow them a certain 2-hour period from 1 to 3 to go on and check your work email. And that's where their termination notices were. And so prior to the hearing, 15, 30 minutes prior to the hearing, we got official word that termination notices were sent to 7 of the 9 employees. I know the director was not one of those employees that got termination notices. I don't know who the other person was, but without those individuals to process the applications, to help them with the data collection for their applications, to answer any of their technical assistance questions. I mean, those are the things. Basically, the Office of Indian Education would be functionally eliminated because there's just no way. And if they hire new staff in that office at some point, they would all come in with no expertise, no experience in regards to processing these applications. So they're basically starting from scratch. And the same would happen if they relocated that office to a different department, or if they gave the money to the state. I mean, we're in a little better situation here in the state, I think, if anything like that happened. But for other states, they don't have the same type of relationships with their state educational agencies. And so that's where we're a little better off than some.
We are.
But sometimes
We are, and here's the reason why, and I won't take but 30 seconds. In my opinion, I may be proven wrong at the end, but I think we've got a very good infrastructure here in the area of Indian education. We've got a state advisory council on Indian Ed that has long legacy. We have a state statute in place that keeps this council fueled and going. And then we have just hired Leslie Locklear. So we do have an infrastructure in this building. And if worst case scenario should occur, hopefully the funds would just come right through this building and land with Leslie.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be our hope here in North Carolina. But, we know other states where that relationship doesn't exist. And so that's our concern is, if money goes to the state, Oklahoma, South Dakota, where they don't have the same type of relationship with their state government, the Indian kids will suffer. And so that's why we feel like the Office of Indian Ed is so important to us, that we keep that in place because there's so much that can go wrong if it's closed. Yeah.
Thank you, Curry, for this update. Just to kind of help folks, if you're not as familiar with the Title VI grant, the staff who he's talking about, for me specifically, Annabelle Toledo has presented at our SACE meeting. She's one of the staff members he's talking about. Annabelle's one that I would call very regularly, like, hey, I've got this situation. How do I input this data? I've got, how many students am I recording for this? She was the one that when we had our grant deadline, she was checking in on me, seeing like, do you need anything? And even now, if I have a question, I'm not really even sure who I need to ask. So that's kind of just showing you from Guilford County Schools perspective, what that looks like. So thank you for sharing.
And that's why we need that particular program is, it's easy for me. It's easy for someone who's in a tribal community to know what it's like to be there with your peers and with your community who knows who you are. But in an urban area, these kids don't have the same opportunity. They may be the only Indian kid at a high school or elementary school. And Title VI is able to bring those kids together at various times to do cultural programming, do academic programming, to do any other type of community programming for those students. So they get a sense of strengthening their identity and being more comfortable in their skin so that they're not trying to blend with any other cultural group in their school, trying to go, pass for any other ethnic group. We want them to be comfortable with being who they are and proud of who they are. And in North Carolina, I don't know what our actual figures are for our Title VI Indian education programs, but I know Robeson County gets one of the largest Title VI Indian education funded programs in the nation. And when we look at losing that funding for that particular program, the impact it would have not only on the school system, but the community, because those YDS workers work at their schools to provide that support. But, it's like any of us in any of our jobs at some point, you're holding the door or serving a security or bus duty or something else in that school that's not part of your job. It's just what you want to do, but also you're needed to do. And so you lend a helping hand. And so that's what we lose when we lose those individuals like Stephen or Angelique at their schools. I mean, we lose that extra point of contact. And sometimes you may not know when you're impacting a school kid. Maybe it's that morning when you say hello to them when they get to school, or you see them and they're not having a great day and you give them an encouraging word, or you do something on their behalf, speaking to their teacher or their parent. Oh, I would like to mention, we have Dr. Seth Grooms, an archaeologist professor from Appalachian State University, who's going to be presenting a lecture on November 21st at 11 a.m. in the DNCR auditorium. He's an archaeologist. He's going to be speaking on Archaeology, an American Indian Perspective is the title of his program. We will have a Zoom link available, so wherever you are in the state, at work, anywhere else, you can connect through a Zoom link. We don't have that currently available, but when we do get it, I can certainly get it to Leslie, and she can send it out to the SACSI board members.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Curry. I appreciate you giving this update. And
our convention will be in Buffalo, New York in 2026. So you're welcome to come. It's going to be in October. Dress warmly.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Keep us posted on how we can support you as well.
Before Curry leaves the podium, Curry, if you will step back to the podium.
He's on his way.
Yeah.
Yes,
I would
Chairman
just like to say,
Yates.
yes, I would just like to say thank you to Curry Bird for all of his work that he's done with our National Indian Education Association, and also with our being our first director at the American Indian Heritage Commission. He will be retiring at the end of the year. We wish him well with his retirement, and we thank you so much for your service and sharing with us as you have performed so well in your positions. Thank you very much. Thank
you, Chairman Yates. I appreciate that very much, and it's been a joy and my pleasure to serve in that role. And I will continue to serve NIEA as the president, and I'm always a representative for the tribes of North Carolina, and I feel it's my duty to educate others about our unique existence here in the state and our unique experiences that we have had, and that we are Native people, and we need to make sure that people outside of North Carolina and west of the Mississippi know our history here in North Carolina and why we are who we are today, because we met the first Europeans when they first came to this country, and we adapted to their lifestyle, and we still maintained our Indian identity, and they should be looking to us to see what we did that made us so resilient to maintain our identity when so much was changing around us. And I think that's the travesty that others west of Mississippi don't understand, what our history has been and how we survived. So, yeah.
Definitely echo everything Ms. Dorothy just said. So thank you, Mr. Curry, for being here. We are going to break for lunch. Let's come back. I want to say 105. 105, does that work? That way we can get like a full 30 minutes. So we'll be back. For those of you virtual, we'll be back on at 105. We'll see you then. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch or a good break. We are going to pick back up with Dr. Leslie.
So I am going to jump to, I know that because of attendance, we are going to kind of combine our committee breakouts in just a second, but the first thing that I wanted to bring back to Stacey is at our last meeting, we spoke with Alicia Freeman from UNC who talked about the youth mental health training, and it was my commitment to come back with you with some numbers and some understanding. I would need Stacey to make a decision if we want to move forward. We can vote virtually, that's fine, but just kind of get an idea of that money. So the youth mental health training that Alicia shared about is estimated to cost $3,500. We can negotiate that a little bit because she talked a little bit about negotiating the price based on a hosting group and other things like location, so that could possibly come down, but I wanted to provide the highest amount, which is $3,500. And then the chair, Stephen, asked me to come to you all. We have not printed the 2025 report because initially when we typically would print, at that time we did not have a state budget. So I made the decision not to request printing yet because we did not have a state budget. And now we have been given permission to move forward with the previous established budget, even though there's no past state budget. But I wanted to let you know that the printing of 200 booklets costs $1,100. We typically print a little bit more than that. And so we would really need to make a decision about if Stacey wants to move forward in terms of the youth mental health training as well as the printing. After accounting for meeting costs, the remaining budget that Stacey would have, so if I account for the estimated amount for the next 2 quarterly meetings, including this meeting, we would have remaining $4,900. It would be really close to try and do printing and the youth mental health training, though I think we could negotiate it with Alicia, but Stephen and I think are looking for feedback on how you want to move forward. I think my first question, Chair, is do we want to print booklets? If so, how many and what are we using those booklets for? I think we also want to be reasonable that we are printing reports, the 2025 report, which has data from 23-24. And we are now moving into developing the 2026 report, which has the most recent data. So I want us to consider if we are going to print, how many and for what purpose, and then does Stacey want to move forward or want more information about the youth mental health training that is estimated to cost on the higher end at $3,500 and on the lower end around $2,000.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Can you give us a sense of, before we jump into conversation, about how many booklets have we passed out in previous years?
If you give me 1 second, I can give you that exact number of how many were. Well, the last year's number was a little skewed because we did order books for the summit. If you give me 1 second, I can give you that exact amount, but I can tell you that I have boxes of booklets from from both the 2024 year and a few previous years. We have quite a bit of booklets that have not been passed out.
Yeah.
I'm going to find that number for you.
Yeah.
Is the booklet something that could be done digital with like a QR code instead?
Yeah, it is digital. It's linked on the website, correct, Dr. Leslie?
Yes, it does live on the Stacey website. And when I email it out to our constituents, that is the link that I provide. I do provide the PDF as well because some of them prefer that. So I do send that out as well.
I'm sorry, this is Kristen Oxendine. When we're able to access the link online, but are our constituents able to print it for themselves if they need to?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay. I recently tried to pull one up, and when I tried to print it, it said the printing was not available in the PDF version that it was in. But
Yes,
it may
so
have been wrong.
Kristen, I think one of the previous versions, there was an issue with it. The most recent version that I shared should not have that issue. But I can also go back and get the previous issues from the group that created them and make sure they are accessible for printing. I do know that was an issue. I want to say with like 2023, and I'm not sure what protections were on it.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
So the 2024 report, 300 were printed for a cost of $1,700. But again, we did account for the summit in that. And for the 2023 SACE report, it looks like only 35 were printed at $357. So it looks like there, in years when we don't have the summit, we are printing that lower amount.
It will be very important to be conscious of cost in terms of printing hard copies, since the world has gone to those digital versions, and it's gonna, DPI will appreciate that.
And it was shared with me that the cost of printing is just going to continue to rise.
And you know something, Dr. Leslie, I would probably think about those books that you have, surplus books, maybe how to get them made to school systems or libraries or some groups that would benefit from the report, the data. Because you know, I'm thinking you don't want somebody seeing those books just in boxes or in closets. It may send the wrong message.
How many people is in the estimate of the mental health training?
Miss Dorothy, I want to say the minimum was 30, the maximum, I'm sorry, was 30 people. So that would be a max of 30 people for, on the high end, $3,500. And on the low end, $2,000.
And are we still trying to train leaders in our different Indian education programs within specific districts?
Yes, I think that would be up to whoever SACE decided those invitations would go to. Those 30 slots will be filled by those folks.
I have a question. This is Anita Locklear. I have a question about just a little bit about the sustainability of the training of the 30 people. What is the goal, like the action of those 30 people to go out in the community? Will they be trained to continue this or use it?
So it's not a train the trainer model, but it would more so, from my understanding with Alicia, is that it would be those that have a direct impact and work with our American Indian students. So they would have that youth mental health training, but it is not a train the trainer model. Mm-mm. So I would need some more current feedback around printing of the booklet. If we decide to move forward with that, I know we typically have it and hand it out at the Unity conference, which would be in March. So if we decide to move or even reduce the number, I'm happy to do whatever the group would prefer, or I can get another estimate on a number for printing.
Rather than printing the full report, can we create a flyer for the report with a QR code on it? So we're printing one sheet of paper instead of multiple sheets of paper. Even a half sheet of paper that's accessible and we can pass out. And that way we can distribute them to our different districts so that if they want to recreate it and reprint it themselves, it's not as high a cost for them either.
Gotcha.
I would prefer to have the full report copied for the ones that attend the session at the Unity Conference.
And Dr. Olivia, this is a question that I have that I'm not sure I know the answer to. So when we present at the 2026 Unity Conference, we are presenting on the 2025 report, which has 2023, 2024 data. When we present at the 2026 conference, is it possible for us to present on, because the data for 24, 25 has already been approved by the board, can I present on that data even though the SACE report hasn't been approved?
Yes. As long as the State Board of Education has approved the data.
Okay.
So it's ready it's ready to go after our September meeting.
Will you turn your mic on? I'm sorry.
Sorry. What I was saying, as long as the State Board of Education has approved the data, and we do that at the September, well, it comes to us in September. We do the approval in October. Yeah, it's good to go. Because that's, when you said that, that's a lag in data. Oh, no.
Yeah, because that's almost 2 years.
Oh.
2 years behind. Yeah.
Oh, no.
And I'm even just thinking about the growth that we just.
I don't even like that idea.
We're not going to be showing that if you
Yeah,
present that report.
If you and I present on the 2025 report, it will not have any of the increases or information that was shared today.
You just need the most current, the State Board, the most currently approved by the State Board.
Gotcha.
And we just. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, so we just need to make sure that when we present, we're sharing this is the most updated data, but in the report, it's going to show.
Yeah, well, let's think about this in a minute. What's the value in printing old data in the report? None. Because for the most part, people who use data, let's face it, a lot of educators will have their hands on this report. They've already seen the most current data. So I think that's a question you need to resolve. And you'd save some pages.
And this is Angelique Young, and Dr. Oxendine, I agree with you. When you're standing up and presenting at your school district or in school districts, and you're presenting old data, you'd lose the crowd.
You would.
You completely lose the crowd because they've already seen it and they have the current year's data. And so you're not presenting on that. So I agree with Dr. Oxendine. There's really not a value with printing old data.
That's kind of a waste of resources.
And so, Dr. Oxendine, in that conversation, in presenting that in March, we would not present it as the SACE report. We would instead present it as an update on American Indian student achievement data. Because
I think that's a very good idea.
Okay.
Yeah. Excellent. I'd never thought of that. It's not the report, it's the most current data. Department, NCDPI, North Carolina data. Yes, that's perfect.
From my understanding,
even handouts or something.
Because of the calendar of presenting to the board, we'll always be presenting old data.
You got it. You have, and you know something, Ms. Crow, Ms. Yates, you've been doing that anyway, haven't you? For a long time, because we've never had this discussion, or I have not been part of. This is a good discussion.
Well, something unique came up because we talked yesterday in academics about the frequency of which we come before the board. So while we are legislatively required to come once for the annual report, would it not behoove us to come in the fall to share data that is updated and information in terms of progress towards recommendations, and then come in the spring with the final report as a possibility. And just to let you all know, statutorily, the only 2 data points that I think delay our report is we get suspension and dropout data late that Miss Amanda was sharing. So that is by statute required to be in the annual report, which then delays the development of that report. While I have all of the other academic and achievement data, we are waiting on other pieces of data that by statute are required.
But here's, maybe I'm not following your point. My concern with, let me go to the bottom line. I know the state superintendent would appreciate 2 20-minute meetings. And one of the meetings needs to be an update on recommendations or your goals and objectives. So you need to be thinking of that. Now, but did I hear you say present the most current data in the fall?
So I'm just thinking of, is there a way, instead of only coming once before the board, or making data accessible to the field early? I'm just
Yes, definitely. You need to do that.
Trying to get away from this idea that we have to wait really a year and delay for an annual report. Is there a way that we being I could develop something early on and say we will have additional data in the spring or whatever it may be, because Stacey still has to meet the statute.
You do have
of
to
those
do that.
requirements.
Here's what I wouldn't do though. So think about it. DPI is going to do the big data report of end of grade, end of course, student accountability. All of that is going to come to us in September. Then we act on it. And so you don't want to have all this back-to-back data, because like Amanda Hobb this morning, all she shared with us, that and more will be shared with us in September. And then they come back and do a little 5-minute update and we vote on it and approve it. So you want to be, I think you do need a fall meeting, but you've got to have, I don't know whether I would say, okay, here's our most current data, 20, whatever the year is next year, 26, 25, 26, 26, and so, because board members have seen it.
Well, I think I'm thinking of current fall data for the mini report that would go out to our constituents.
Mm-hmm.
So if we develop something, because they've not necessarily heard the board meeting from September and October.
Oh, you to go out to the.
Yes. So we would have a report like Miss Angelique, you've shared before. The Stacey report comes out late. We've already looked at this data. We've already reviewed it, so that we could get something out. I want to be very ambitious and say November, that we would get something out around American Indian student achievement and say, here is
current data.
Yeah, here's the most current data. But of course, we could come to the board on updates on recommendations. So 2 different things running at the same time. But I do know by statute, those 2 data points that come late, we would still have to have an approved final report that would go to the General Assembly, because we get that dropout data a little later.
Right. Bottom line is, your audiences need to see the most current data.
And then I would even add to that, if you want it to be action oriented, and if we're going to transition to having the recommendations in the format of like, I'm embedding this in a SIP plan, old data is not necessarily going to be used to form a current goal.
No, absolutely
so the
not.
data needs to be action oriented and current. So that you can actually focus on school improvement. And many times, if you're looking at data from like 2 years ago, we're moving on.
Well,
we don't even.
Yeah, Stacey's doesn't look current.
Yeah.
So I think I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding. So it sounds like the meeting with the board is in March. So the only data you have accessible is the prior year's data, and we're almost at the end of the next year. Is that correct? What year are we, because we're working on, when we do our report, it will be in March based on last year's data, because kids haven't tested yet.
Yeah, it's almost, Kristen, it's almost like we're running 2 different presentations. So when we present to the United Tribes at that conference, it's on the 2025 report. which will have data from 23-24. However, when SACE goes before the state board in April, they will present the 2026 report, which has 24-25 data on it that the board has already seen, but they are just approving and reviewing that final annual report. So it's those. I think the order of those two presentations has always caused confusion because I was under the assumption if the report is not finalized, we cannot present on it at United Tribes. However, the report's not finalized and approved, but the data is.
The data are, yeah.
Right.
On that data.
And so if we had two meetings in the fall meeting, we would be able to present the prior year's data that was just students just tested in at the end of May. And so that data has been approved by the board. We would be able to present that data and have recommendations at that point. So when we come back in May, then we are talking about how we have improved upon those goals or how we've addressed what objectives we've met, or I'm just trying to get an understanding.
Yeah, yes, I think you're exactly right that I think what it would look like for SACE is we're used to having a slow entry into the year, a heavy kind of fall and early spring, and then an easy off ramp in terms of the work. Instead, we would come in immediately with the data, talking about themes and recommendations, share those, begin work on those, and give an update on those to the board, and then have that final report and give updates again in the spring. But it would require us to get themes, recommendations, all of that a lot earlier, because like Dr. Olivia said, that data is presented to the board in September, but not approved until October. So SACE would have to strategically plan their meetings after that approval so that we could move on that data.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the heels of the State Board of Education approving all the data in October, SACE needs to get a meeting going, and you need to come up with your goals, your new goals and objectives. And then also, you can also see your recommendations need to flow from your goals and objectives. Wait a minute, you don't have recommendations yet. No, you've got goals and objectives, and then your recommendations will begin rolling out maybe there. You'll get a sense of what to do with recommendations. You just got to have your head wrapped around the data.
It would just back up our timeline, like Kristen said. So our October meeting would be the presentation of the data, the voting on the themes that, we would talk about themes and recommendations. Our November meeting would be approving that. And we would just be rolling a lot quicker in terms of how we release things to our communities and our audience.
I'm kind of a stickler about recommendations. So you want your recommendations truly concrete, addressed to an audience that's going to help you pull off those recommendations. That's not always the State Board of Education. State Board of Education will support you, but you may need those. You need to know who is the audience of the recommendation. Is it DPI? Is it the school districts? You see where I'm going with this discussion? But you've got to be able to sense your kind of in your mind, you've got to be able to sense what it is you need to do, and the resources you need and the help you need based on some sense of the data, current data. I know I'm not making sense. I'm thinking about it too hard. Okay.
And I think the work that the committee has done, Dr. Olivia, they have broken down action items by 3 different categories. So there will be action steps for DPI, action steps for our PSUs, and then action steps for our tribal communities in terms of what you can do with this recommendation. And I know Chair Bill is going to get to that. And Chair, I know we got to keep moving. So I do want to ask, do we want to print the 2025 report? Chair, if you would not mind, can you take a vote on that?
Yes. So are you asking for printing 200 booklets or just printing, period?
I will leave that up to SACE. I can get an estimate of a lower number. I'm happy to do that. I know we also had an idea of the QR code to make it accessible. I think we can do that anyways. The QR code, I can absolutely do that and have that accessible at the Unity conference. I just want to make sure I'm prepared ahead of time to get those printed and ready to be handed out. But if I hear Dr. Olivia right, we will be presenting at the Unity conference on the most recent data, which will not be reflected in the report we will be handing out.
Yeah, so we do need to make a motion, a second motion, and then we'll vote on that. So do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we still have available printed copies of the report for the Unity Conference presentation, as well as a flyer with the new outcomes.
Do we have a second? Do you have Ms. Dorothy, do you have an estimate on how many copies you would like to see in that motion?
How many do we usually have in, what, 50?
Yeah, I would say 50 is probably safe. And I think we just estimated, previously 35 costed about $350. I know that price has gone up. So that was an estimate from 2 years ago. 35 copies costed about $350. Yeah.
My reason for that is we always have parents or community people that come in that are amazed that this report has been going on for years. And I just think as a PR, we need to have something in print to show for the report.
Can I add something? This is Candace Rebels. I think having like a really nice flyer with the QR code would direct people online, because a lot of people do not realize all the online resources available. And so they might misplace that booklet, but if they have that, they can save the online link in a browser on their home screen, on their phone. They can save it on their laptop and have it forever. Because a lot of people, like in my school system, if I give them a book, they've misplaced it. But you can't you probably can misplace a link, but you always kind of know where to go back and find it. And coming from a conference, getting a lot of paper, I literally have bags of papers that I have to take a day and sit down and go through. But I will email myself links, and it's just a lot easier to organize. But for parents, I'm really pushing parents to get more online literate, for lack of better words, to push them, because that's the direction we're going in. And I just want to say that's my opinion. And I just think that would help them to see those online resources and get them in front of it. If you don't give them a book copy, because the book will deter them from seeking those online resources.
Okay. So I think from what I'm hearing, here's the motion that I need y'all to for someone to first and second and then vote on. So the motion is to print 50 booklets and then print a number of flyers that we can use to distribute, that has the QR code and has digital resources, access to digital resources. That's the current motion. So I need someone to first that, second it, and then we can vote.
We just need a second because the motion is the first.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just need a second.
I second the motion to print the 50 books along with the flyers.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And all
Looks like we
opposed?
need a roll call.
Opposed. I can do a roll call for that vote. So Anita Locklear. Opposed. Calvin Locklear.
Opposed.
Will Paul, not present. Stephen Bell.
Opposed.
Tamara Carter.
Opposed.
Stacy Lynch. Angelique Jacobs.
Opposed.
Kristen Oxendine.
Opposed.
Jeremiah Moore.
Opposed.
Candace Revels.
Opposed.
Dorothy Yates.
In favor?
Edward Goodwin, not present. Jared Lowry, not present. LaRonda Lowry is not present. Tiffany Locklear is not present. Dr. Olivia, do you vote? Chair, the motion does not pass.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie.
Can we have some copies available in case anyone requests a copy, but still make available to everyone the flyer with a QR code? Because a lot of people will scan and go to the website, maybe save the website and be able to see it. I do hear where Candace is coming from, that sometimes we come back with a lot of paper and the paper just sits in a bag and we never look at it again, unfortunately. So I think having it available, because we have different clients and we do have some clients that'll be at the meeting who would prefer to have something handheld and prefer to have a paper copy and may not be as comfortable with online resources. And we also have a lot of people who will be very comfortable going out and scanning a QR code and pulling out a website. So if 35 copies cost $350 2 years ago, would 20 copies suffice to have on hand available in case anyone requested it?
Yeah, so that's what we would have to decide just on a number, because we can't print it just on request. We would have to know how many we want to have available.
With the QR,
We would have to have a minimum number, right?
with the QR code option. I'm sorry. With the QR code option, stakeholders would still have the potentiality to print it themselves, right? So the print option's always there. We can still save money in that if you pull it up, you can print it anywhere. There's a printing option, and then that would alleviate the cost on our end because you can still print. We're just not printing it for you. That makes sense to me.
Ms. Kristen, do you want to put a motion on the floor for a number of copies printed?
I recommend that we print, or I motion that we print 15 copies to have on hand in case we have older clients or someone who's not as comfortable with technology, so that they can have access, but have flyers available with the QR code for everyone.
So we have a first, we need a second.
I second that.
Okay, Dr. Leslie, if we could have a roll call to either approve 15 copies printed for the 2025 report or opposed.
Sure. Anita Locklear.
Approved.
Calvin stepped out. We'll get him when he comes back. Stephen Bell.
Approved.
Tamara Carter.
Approved.
Stacy Lynch. Angelique Jacobs.
Approved.
Kristen Oxendine. Jeremiah Moore,
Approved.
Candace Revels,
Approved.
Dorothy Yates,
Approve.
Calvin Locklear.
Approved.
Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leslie. Do we also need a motion for the youth mental health training?
If it's okay with the group to keep us moving, because I know we have another point, we can send out, if you have questions about the youth mental health training, I'm happy to field those. And over the next week, and then we can send out a vote on that as well. What I will do is I'll get a total cost for the 15 copies so that you have a more accurate reflection of the budget, and then we will know exactly what that will look like, and I can send that out via the chair.
Good. Right. So moving on, we want to come up with we've come up with, I guess, some suggestions for the theme for our SACE report. And from the SACE report subcommittee, these were some of the top choices that were discussed. So I'll give you a second to take a look at those. You'll see it on your screen, and it's also on your screen.
And I do want to encourage the committee, while the theme is important, I want to give precedence to our recommendations after that. So if we need to vote via email on these, we are happy to do that. If you have wording suggestions over the next 5 minutes, I'm happy to take those and rework, but I would love for us to give precedence to our recommendations, if you all do not mind.
Let me ask a question. When you say theme, is this the same as title?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I don't know if anybody from the subcommittee wants to share any, Ms. Angelique, I don't know if you wanted to share anything about the conversation we had regarding any of these. I will specifically share Dr. Tiffany was really wanted to push the word data because of the value of the data, the importance of the data, and knowing that we will move American Indian student achievement forward by focusing on that data. I know those are some of her remarks on the document.
Can I ask some questions? Chair, I'm out of order, so just slap me on the hand. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions. Beyond the numbers, I love that. Data-driven pathways for American Indian success, Indian student success. So in the report, there will be something about our Indian kids beyond the numbers.
That was a part of our request, is that I have additional data requests that are out that are about the whole child, some of the healthy, I'm trying to think of Ellen Essex area, but I have a request out to them. So it is the potential that we will have data that is outside of just that information. Also, I wanted to pinpoint all that. We've mentioned last year the idea of doing student profiles and highlights in the report, which I think would be fantastic to highlight any of our students. We can easily do that I can create a Google form, send that out to our Title VI and us, and get those highlights. But I think that would also feed into thinking outside of just the numbers and getting a different qualitative view of our students as well.
When I think about beyond the numbers and the data, you can't avoid that in the report. But when I think about beyond the numbers, I think about, maybe you're on to that, Leslie. I think about stories of kids. You know, what is behind that child? You know, their thinking, their ambitions, and you'd have to, I'm just spitballing beyond the, but then, and you could begin addressing that concept in the chair's letter in this report. What does it mean beyond? How did the two merge? There's the child, there's the data, how that you marry you know where I'm going with that. I'm not going to take much time, but I'm going to hit all of them. And I'm coming at this from a state board member who's not familiar with SACE. So, I am familiar, but what I'm saying, I'm gonna think like my colleagues. Rooted in culture. Amazing and achievement and vision. You got 3 things going on there. Bridging data and identity. Empowering American. I like that. I like them all. Let me be careful how I talk. Culturally grounded. That means that you are going to be focused on the American Indian culture community, and get me to data on that. Academically strong. Yeah. Future of American, that's very different though. Future of American Indian education sounds like a big research paper. Like a dissertation. Important, but I'm being your devil's advocate. Beyond the numbers, honoring the whole child, and okay. Seeing the story, what the data reveal about, pretty snappy. And beyond the numbers. Seeing the story, tell me more about that one.
So I think for me, that one is also rooted in not only the data, but also us creating a comprehensive story of our students. Again, bringing in those profiles and explaining a little more outside of the quantitative, including the qualitative.
Yeah, seeing the story.
What if you was to add seeing the whole story? I don't just throwing it.
You're talking about the data and something else.
Well, I think too, Leslie was talking about being able to see the student as a whole, not just the data, because I know for us in Johnson County, one of our biggest issues would be in urban community is my child's only one of like 4 or 5 kids in the whole school who's native. And so a big component for me is keeping her culturally grounded in who she is and her identity, about what Carrie was talking about earlier. So I like the idea of the data because that's what we are and that's what we're data driven, but we're also driven by looking at the student as a whole and meeting that student's whole needs, not just their academic needs, but also their cultural needs of their identity.
Right.
And in part of our discussion, when we were looking at these themes, we were thinking about the portrait of a graduate, because, the report is 3, 3-8 and then high school. And so thinking about those students that are in the lower grades, thinking about the portrait of a graduate and what does that look like for them. I really like the beyond the numbers and seeing the story. I think that just really encompasses with a more qualitative approach to the report.
Right.
I'm sorry, I missed the subcommittee meeting because I was running to a bus fight. But I agree. I like the beyond the numbers. I think every number represents a student. And as American Indians, we're storytellers, and it's a great way for us to tell our story about our American Indian students. So
let me give you another. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead.
Oh, let me give you another. Something you said just prompted my thinking. Beyond the numbers. So think about this as you build this report with the Indian student profiles. Look at this. You've got how many tribes? Beyond the numbers, you have Eastern Band Cherokee, you have the Coharie. Beyond the numbers, you have Lumbee. Beyond the numbers, a little bit about each one of their cultures. Who are they outside the school? What do they do in their communities? What do they mean to their families? So yeah, beyond the numbers. And it would make such a rich opening. But so would see. Then I'm going to be quiet.
Jeremiah's got something.
I just have something really quick to add. I also like the beyond the numbers. Would it be possible to take data driven and shift that to data informed? Because even like when you look at the language throughout current reports, and state improvement reports that are used in schools throughout the state, data driven is not used as often anymore as data informed. And the report would be used to like inform improvement. Driven's just not used as often anymore. So just putting that out there.
So recommendation on that last one, beyond the numbers, data informed pathways for American Indian student success, right? Okay.
Yes, and I agree with Jeremiah here. Data driven is kind of like we're using the numbers to make only the numbers to make decisions. And so beyond the numbers kind of aligns more with an informed approach that it's just a one piece of the story.
Yeah, great point. So if I understand correctly, Dr. Leslie, you're going to send out a vote for us.
I'm happy to do that unless you all are at a consensus and want to vote now. If anybody wants to put a motion on the floor for beyond the numbers, data-informed pathways for American Indian student success. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't have a vote.
Oh. Read that.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with y'all. I'm not a fan of the word data. Data makes, I don't know, regular folks go, crap. I gotta listen to somebody stand up here and talk about data now. I thought I love Beyond the Numbers too, but I saw Seeing the Story and the fourth one there, Beyond the Numbers, Seeing the Story of the Whole Child in American Indian Education. Because we do want to tell a story of our children and how they're being affected by education. You know, they are Indians. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm just kind of spitballing ideas here too. But I'm not a fan of the word data.
Mr. Calvin, could you give me that one more time so I can write it down and we can vote electronically on it?
Beyond the Numbers, Seeing the Story of the Whole Child in American or in Indian Education.
Beyond the Numbers, Seeing the Story of the Whole Child.
Indian Education.
Gotcha.
And I do think, you know, I appreciate all the charts and all the data that we do collect about our children and how their education is going. I do wish there were some additional data points we could collect around, you know, what the students are doing outside of the walls of their schools. You know, our children are engaged in a lot of different things, culturally. I don't even know all the rest of it. You know, they hunt, they fish, they're into beading, they're into dancing, they're into helping other students. My kid goes to and helps elementary school students a couple times a week, and they're passionate about that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff I think tells a more well-rounded story of how our children are achieving in their you know, beyond just, you know, the four walls of their schools. And you know, how public speaking,
church.
And church, yeah, there tons of kids are you know, they go home, they cook, they're passionate about you know, feeding their families, growing stuff in the gardens.
So, Mr. Calvin, what I could do is, I think it would be, if it's okay with the board, I'm happy to create a form where I give an example of a student profile or student highlight that we could then, we talked about this for about a year, but if it's okay with you all, I think those would be great to add into the report. And I can send out that form to collect those. And then at our, we will probably need to share and view them ahead of time because I don't think we can wait until the February meeting. It might be a little too late, but I can go ahead and get that form ready and out so that we can get profiles of students and share those as a part of that qualitative story that could possibly be added into the report.
And it
Helen,
could
can I
possibly,
give you a suggestion? Sure. I would probably, rather than seeing the story, I would probably use telling or sharing.
There you go.
Sharing the story. Mhm.
Also, kids are into making honey and like I said, fish and growing stuff. Those are the kinds of things I think that people would find really compelling beyond just kind of like this is how he did on this test at school.
So I think those qualitative stories.
lastly,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Chris. Is that Kristen?
Chairman, yes, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
go ahead.
Chairman.
You're fine.
Could we, in our subcommittee or even as a group, we could look at possibly creating a survey to take back to our Indian education programs that our students could fill out to collect data on that qualitative component and give them a space to say, this is who I am, and this is what I do. And then from there, they tell their own story, and we just pull from some of those pieces and incorporate it into our report.
Absolutely.
You would have to be very careful about using their names. Check with the policy on that. Yeah.
Dr. Leslie's got a consent form
All right.
that we would send out as well. I know we're out of time. Dr. Leslie, what do you need in terms of the recommendations?
I need you all for 15 more minutes to get your eyes on recommendations that came out of the report subcommittee. I don't think we added the second part, but I do want to give a background of what the subcommittee kind of discussed. So Dr. Oxendine, the subcommittee discussed on Monday directly aligning these recommendations to the pillars that are in the strategic plan. So there are 4 that came out. We had about a list. I want to say there was a list of about 10 or 15 that we originally had. We narrowed it down to this list of 4. I did have action items, like I said, assigned to each of them that directly had action for DPI, which would be also me, our PSUs, and then also our tribal communities. I'm happy to pull that up, but if I could get your eyes on these recommendations and any feedback on these recommendations, I think they could all be objectives and goals as well. I'm happy to work on that and get those out. I do know that Chair brought up on the first one regarding the inclusion of American Indian student achievement. Here we put public school units, but we know that not the way our Title VI programs work. Even though they are district-wide, we have larger concentrations of American Indian students at some schools. So school improvement plans would need to be more specific for those schools. So we would need to tweak the wording on that one because it is my understanding, and if you all would not mind correcting me, you have school improvement plans that operate differently than district improvement plans, correct? Okay. And so I think it was the group wanted school improvement plans to reflect the American Indian student achievement goals. And so we would need to tweak the wording on number 1.
That. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I like the overall sense of these recommendations, but here's where you're going to have to rethink some things. Mandate, state board. First of all, let me go back to the important question. To whom are you addressing these recommendations? Okay. State board. State board won't mandate. Because here's the thinking. There's a lot of, even though sometimes I'd like to mandate, really would, but local control is very important in the philosophy of the state board. So mandate, well, you'll have to work around mandate. Expand access. Are you telling the state board to expand access? Because the state board can't do that. They can't expand access. Let's go further. To advance coursework for America. Why don't you begin with that? To advance coursework for American Indian students through targeted outreach and support, but still
it's talking about that advanced coursework. So I think we would need to reword that one because it's almost as if we worded that one that it would come to the state board, but it was saying we need you to help DPI help us do this, if that makes sense. But I understand you're saying that the audience would need to change.
You gotta know, who do you want to do this? And I'm gonna tell you from state board member perspective, the state board would prefer state board can't mandate, state board can't expand, state board certainly can't promote, but who can promote and enforce? State Board of Education would not know anything about tribal consultation.
So I guess, Dr. Oxendine, then my questions become, why do these recommendations go to the state board then?
State board wants to hear them. They want to hear the recommendations, and they want to be certain that that the recommendations are grounded in some body of data. That they're just not all off. But let's say maybe a better audience would be the Department of Public Instruction or our regional centers. Our regional centers. Maybe the audience could be a school district. For instance, it will be the school districts. You've got to compel the superintendents and the local boards to do better with school improvement plans.
So can I just want to jump in here. We were talking earlier about goals. Could these recommendations be transferred to goals, and we put them in a goal format, goal language, what we would like to see as SACE, and then the recommendation to the board is that we're seeking your assistance in meeting these goals. And then there may be ways that we talk about how they can help us to achieve those goals. Even if it's sharing with local districts some goals for SACE and how our districts can support and can help us.
Right. I understand what you're saying, and that's a possibility. Let me just give that some thought. But the main thing that I'll keep underscoring is know who you want to do these or help you, assist you to do these or acquire service or acquire resources. It could be professional development that you need. Could be that you're maybe something parents need. But the state board will not mandate, the state board will not expand access because it's really up to the local. We encourage it, we have policies around it, but we don't really actually do those things. Promote and enforce tribal consultation. And I'll go back to my previous point, and that's important. I understand it absolutely is. But the state board that would not know where to begin that. Because tribal consultation is kind of unique to our tribes around the state. And they would not understand what that means. Because isn't there a process that is tied to this tribal consultation? So that would not be appropriate. Enhanced statewide data systems. You are telling the state board that they need to enhance data systems to accurately identify. What does that mean? I think I know.
Yeah, this is the issue.
506?
Yes, partially 506, but then also just the American Indian Student Identification with the new student information system. All of the issues that we're having.
I would probably be very specific and call it infinite. Is that what it's called? Yeah. And let me tell you you already know, Leslie, this past week at State Board in our planning days on Tuesday, I really, before everybody in the room downstairs, says, we got to have help with 506 forms. Well, most of the audience didn't know what I was talking about. So I'd explain that. And somebody, Bob Dietrich, was in the room. You know him, don't you, Leslie? And he is the one, I think you're working with him. And I think that's going to happen. The Infinite Campus real soon will be able to handle the 506. So if and if you're getting to that kind of operation in number 4, I would just spell it out and use the term 506, which is what, put it in parentheses, what it really is. And the State Board of Education can help you there on that one. That one is real concrete and specific.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, then this specific wording might not be recommendations that we take to the school board. This might just be kind of almost overall buckets of things that we are focusing on.
Could be.
But then when we look at, depending on the audience, maybe it's our PSU, maybe it is the school board, maybe it's our tribal community, then that wording is going to be, that ask is going to be specific. Maybe it's mandating something at a PSU level. Maybe it is collaborating at a tribal community level.
Right. I'll give you an example. We have heard a lot, and we're real excited about the gains in AP courses. So I think that would make a pretty decent recommendation. But who would?
So what is that? What would an example recommendation be?
An example of a recommendation would be along the lines of, and it may not even be per se recommendation, to collaborate closely with local school districts, and to encourage school counselors, school principals, teachers, and other educators in the district to increase the percentage of American Indian students enrolling in AP courses. There you go.
And so then would they ask, how do we do that? How do they
and
encourage?
then underneath that recommendation, you could put target audience. And your target audience there would be your local school district, your PSU. And that's what the state board wants to know. What are you going to do, SACY? It isn't to say that state board won't be here to encourage you. You know, your final paragraph could be something, maybe not a recommendation, but a plea to the state board to exercise all of their authority to help SACY accomplish these goals and
So
recommendations.
it sounds like we've been getting hung up on the word recommendation. These are technically not recommendations to the State Board of Education. These are instead actions that SACY plans to take, and we are asking for the support of the State
That's
Board.
right.
Okay, so we need to not use the word That's where
right.
we've been getting caught up.
So you, like a final statement, a concluding statement, you're asking the State Board of Education to use their full authority to support the State Advisory Council on Indian Education to accomplish these. See where I'm going?
And Chair, if it's at the pleasure of the council, what we will do is the subcommittee will come back together. We will rework these, and Dr. Oxendine will probably also meet with you. We will make sure to identify target audience, goals, and objectives. And then this will be, council, a quick turnaround because I do have to get these in the report, and we will present this updated information in March. So I will get this out after the committee has reviewed. We've reviewed with Dr. Oxendine, and then we will send these out for an electronic vote, if that is okay with the council.
And I love the fact that you've got those pillars. You could actually put these in a table, have a column for target audience. I mean, I'm just giving you some ideas.
Any before we move to adjourn, are there any questions or comments related to the recommendation suggestions? I'm sorry.
I do want to clarify, number 4, I think is a combination, and I want to say Ms. Kristen has brought this up as well, about just the data systems in terms of how they are used and what information they pull. Being able to disaggregate the data when it says 2 or more races, being able to accurately disaggregate the data when students choose American Indian, And then also listing tribal information. I think there are a few different points on this that we want to clarify, and I'm happy to go back and find that information. I know 506 forms and enrollment in a Title VI program was one of the points, but I know we've talked, and Jeremiah was part of that conversation at the collaborative, about how the data for American Indian students is just really hard to disaggregate sometimes. So being able to clarify with the data systems here at NCDPI, that data, I think is really important.
It would be good to include the 2 race option too, if one race is Indian.
So one of the ways that would really resolve that for us, for DPI, is when we're able to designate that a child has a 506 form, and when we run a report from Infinite Campus, that we can pull every kid who has a 506 form, and we'll be able to see the differences in the data from the students who have a 506 form and are identified as an American Indian that way, versus the students who are listed as American Indian in the system only. And that data, which is reported to DPI, because sometimes our data for SACE is skewed because we're not always looking at every kid who has a 506 form, because a child could be identified as white. That just depends on how their parent filled out the application. They could be identified as white or black or mixed race, but have a 506 form because they have an American Indian card, or a parent has enrollment. And so, but we could make that, we could clarify that part. And I just want to be clear, we're coming back as a committee to talk about update the recommendations.
Yes, Miss Kristen, we will come back together. We will work on an update. I will bring you all another draft. So I will work on these, get them to you all ahead of time for your review, and then we will meet with Dr. Oxendine before they come to the committee for a full vote.
All right, very good. I'm glad that you're moving this along quickly. Let me add something else. Okay. You really need to think about how your brain's got to think this way. You got to already be thinking of your goals and your objectives, because you got to marry these points with your goals, your objectives, and whatever comes out of this. We're not calling them recommendations. You see where I'm going? Or you will not have a netted report. Your report needs to be tightly webbed. I know I sound nuts. I'm picky about these things. So you're going to have to be thinking 3 different ways: goals, objectives, and these points. You can do it. It'll be great. Good report.
Anything else you need, Dr. Leslie, with this? Okay. So we'll be on the lookout from a digital vote from Dr. Leslie about the youth mental health training, the SACE report theme, as well as the SACE report recommendations. Correct? Is there anything else I'm missing? Okay. All right. Any other items to discuss?
This is not an item necessarily to discuss here. I just wanted to put this out there. One of the things that I do at my job is I kind of bring highly technical aspects of technology to salespeople and teach them how to talk about it in a way that they can understand it. I guess the easiest way to kind of get that across to y'all is I break it down for people who are not technically minded. So, and part of what I do is also utilize AI as part of my job to turn complex stuff into easily digestible web pages and things of that nature. I won't kind of go into that, but I was going to say, one of the things we could kind of do is I think we could utilize AI for some of the aggregation of our data into easily digestible bullet points for Yeah, or
actions.
yeah, just actions for not only state boards and us, but also for parents and educators in Indian education folks. So that's just something I just wanted to put out there. I encourage all of you, if you don't play with Gemini or ChatGPT or Meta's AI, Copilot, whatever, I encourage you to do that. If you're not doing it now, you should be, because your kids are and their teachers are. And just ask it a random question and see what it pops out. And then after you get the answer to that question, ask a different way. And if it gives you something wrong, say not that, this other thing. It's a great tool for getting stuff off your plate, if nothing else. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make one comment.
Sure, go ahead.
The American Indian Fund scholarship information should be forthcoming very soon. And please encourage the students in your Indian communities to apply for this. This is a good example of looking at the whole child in their essay, and when they list their what they do within their tribal communities, all of that has great weight in this scholarship. So it helps celebrate the whole child and not just the academics. So encourage your American Indian students to apply for this, and encourage your members of your Indian community to participate in the American Indian License Fund to purchase the license, and that's where this scholarship gets its funding from. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dorothy, for that reminder. With that, do we have a motion to adjourn?
No further business. I move we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Sanita Locklear, I second that.
Any discussion? All right. All in favor of the motion to adjourn, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. We are adjourned at 2:22. Thank y'all so much.
So proud.